For those of you who are online, karibuni virtually to Nairobi. For those of you who made your way all the way here, thank you very much. And for those of you who are in Strathmore for the first time, karibuni.
Information would be coming from a point of information, So this data that was being relayed on this Twitter caused a lot of unrest to the public. And we see some of the public members, because everybody was allowed to tweet.
The company that I give my data to will do what they're saying that they'll do with the data. They will only share it with the entities that they've said they'll share it, or ask for my consent before they share it.
Data subjects on the continent. So that if I sit in Kenya and I'm sure a country is transferring my data to a country that has a known track record of human rights abuse, I would not be comfortable. But if I'm sure that because they have to conform to the regional framework on cross-border data transfers, and it means then that they have to have a proper data protection framework, it's a plus for everyone.
It's high time that we also come and actually have the policies that we have in paper implemented in the practical spaces in how we collect and process personal data and how we store it.
My name is Catherine Muya. I work at Article 19 in Eastern Africa as the Program Officer for Digital Rights and Policy. I found the Privacy Symposium to be very enlightening. I liked the discussions. I also liked that I was able to meet new people and have a really engaging panel, which I hope can be carried on forward into my work.
Ubavu wangu mwenyewe nikifanzikwa na wewe ukifuzikwa na mie. Oh baby we ninogeshe baby. Oh baby ninogeshe baby. Oh baby nogeshe raha tupu kupendana na wewe raha tupu kupendana na wewe raha tupu kupendana na wewe raha tupu kupendana na wewe. Unanipaga furahi ukiniacha utanipata kalaro. Nipe mimi kwingine wewe useme no. Shinde ibilisi kwenye kichwa chako. Niwe zako mkiwa baba, niwa wa mapenzi baba. Usinione nalia sana, nalilia mapenzi. Niwe zako mkiwa baba, niwa wa mapenzi baba. Usinione nalia sana, nalilia mapenzi. utachonambia, mimi nitaripia baba, hata ukiwa mbali nitasubiria. Oh basi nogeshe, ninogeshe baby. Oh baby nogeshe, ninogeshe, ninogeshe baby. Oh baby nogeshe, raha, raha tupu kupendana na wewe, raha tupu, raha, raha tupu kupendana na wewe, raha, raha tupu kupendana na wewe, raha tupu, raha, raha tupu kupendana na wewe. Oh Susanna, I hope you happy now. I see you flexing on the ground with your sponsor. Susanna, I hope you happy now. I see you change your skin color and your hair's longer now. Now kuona pari hapo kando ya Champs-Élysées, ukitesa na kami none of my business. And I see you in London, silicone on your bum, shaking what your doctor gave ya. On your worst behavior, Susanna Van Der Senge. Hello, hello, hello. If you get to hear this song, somebody loves you. Susanna Van Der Senge. Hello, hello, hello. Change your mind and come back home. Somebody loves you. Susanna, na 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 na. Mwanamke tabia, shepu ni majaliwa, ila wengi wakanyimwa tabia. Shepu kabarikiwa, wanaume hisia, pesa ni majaliwa, ila wengi wakanyimwa hisia. Na pesa kabarikiwa, na kuona Brazil, hapo Rio de Janeiro, ukiongezewa nywele senje. None of my business. And I see you in China with the latest designer, shaking what your doctor gave ya on your worst behavior. Go now, go, walk out the door, just turn around now, cause you're not welcome anymore. And you're the one who tried to hurt me with goodbye. You think I'd rumble, you think I'll lay down and fall. No, 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 I will survive. Oh, as long as I know how to live, I know I'll stay alive. I got so much love to give, I got so much love to give. I will survive, I will survive. Hey. It's a constant for her, not a fall apart. Kept trying hard to mend the pieces of my broken heart. And I spent so many nights just feeling sorry for myself. I used to cry, but now I hold my head up high and you see me, somebody new. I'm not the chained up little person still in love with me. And you just walk right in and I expect to be right. I will survive, I will survive.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 3 of the 4th Privacy Symposium Africa live in Nairobi. And now, let's put our hands together for the PSA host, Nelson Mandela Onyikwa.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to have you here for day 3 of the 4th Africa Symposium. I'm excited to see the lovely faces, the smiles, and the enlightening conversations that we've had in the past few days. So at this point, I'd like to appreciate our organizers for this event. That's Unwanted Witness, which was established in 2012 by a group of bloggers and netizens whose role is to freelance and offer human rights discussions and the like. Also, our partners are Center for Intellectual Property and Information, that's CPIT, whose mission is to study, create, and share knowledge on the development of intellectual property. We've had 3 lively discussions We have had two lively discussions in the past 2 days, and we are continuing with the discussions today. And at this point, I'd like all of us to be outstanding for 3 anthems. That's the East African, the EU anthem, the East African anthem, and the Kenyan anthem.
Tuungane sote na tusherehekee pamoja ushindi kwa ukombozi wetu. Tujitoe wenyewe, tusimame pamoja kulinda uhuru na umoja wetu. Enyi wana na binti wa Afrika, mwili wa jua, mwili wa anga, tuifanye Afrika mti wa uzima. Tuungane sote tuimbe pamoja, kuenzi shikamano hatima yetu. Tujitoe wenyewe kupambana pamoja, uhuru na umoja vitawale. Enyi bwana na binti wa Afrika, mwili wa jua, mwili wa anga, tuifanye Afrika mti wa uzima. Tuungane sote na tujibidishe kutoa kilicho bora kwa Afrika. Chimbuko la wanadamu, chemchemi ya utamaduni, tumaini letu wakati wa mafarakano. Enyi bwana na binti wa Afrika, mwili wa jua, mwili wa anga, tuifanye Afrika mti wa uzima. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Mungu nguvu yetu,
Thank you so much. You can take our seats. So we started this journey a while back. It didn't start the other day. The journey started with a roadmap in April. We went to a regional engagement in Southern Africa. That's on June. We went for a privacy engagement in Eastern Central Africa. And finally, we're here at the 4th Privacy Symposium Africa, where we have had panel discussions from the first day of this particular session. We wouldn't be here if we wouldn't be here if we cannot appreciate our sponsors for these particular events. We have quite a number that have lined up, and you could see they've engaged ourselves in the discussions. We have Privacy International, we have Mozilla Foundation, we have KitNatNet, we have APC, D4D Hub, we have Bomans, and we also have civil rights defenders who have joined us and made this journey a possible journey. We've done a lot of panel discussions over the last 2 days, and we hope to continue the same this particular day. We started off with the use of data in digital ID and humanitarian work and key consideration, and great insights were shared and discussed. We followed it through with sovereignty in the data in the cloud and cross-border data transfers in Africa with a key consideration. Yesterday, we followed it through again with artificial intelligence, that's AI and machine learning, balancing benefits and respect of right to privacy and data-driven economy. Then we wrapped it up in the evening with the human rights concerns related to public-private surveillance, partnerships, and safeguards. All along, we've had very insightful keynote speeches. We had the Honorable Member Neema yesterday, who gave us quite insightful speakers on the go. In between, in the mornings, we've had excellent master classes. We started with public-private surveillance partnerships. We've done legal practice consideration for commercial use of data. And today we did utilizing data while safeguarding women's safety online. And we are bringing these discussions to an end today, whereby we'll launch the Privacy Scorecard, which is a report for Kenya and Uganda. Basically, we are trying to gauge ourselves in the discussions we've done. Have we done it? We'll review last year's scorecard and also look into the scorecards that we do this year. And all the findings, we'll do a presentation of the same and also launch it today. So at this point, before I introduce the next panel, powerful panel that is going to give us, I'd like us to watch a video by GIZ for a few minutes, then we'll proceed with the next panel. So in a minute, the video will be live and we'll have a view of what the video says about GIZ.
Digital technologies are creating unlimited opportunities for sustainable and inclusive development in Africa. Jobs, education, healthcare, just to name a few. But ensuring that every person reaps their benefits requires building solid foundations. This is why the African Union, European Union Digital for Development Hub supports African institutions in their path to digital transformation. The project offers technical expertise to countries and regional organizations to develop and operationalize digital transformation plans. Likewise, it coordinates exchanges and knowledge sharing between African and European stakeholders, because learning from each other's good practices contributes to better policymaking. Participation is also key to this process. Through the facilitation of dialogues, the AU-EU D4D Hub supports a meaningful contribution of civil society, private sector, and academia to shaping a digital future. Does this sound interesting? The AU-EU D4D Hub is your entry point to digital cooperation with Europe. Get in touch to collaborate.
Thank you so much. You could clearly see the next panel is going in for the kill, for the final. We are doing it today, we're wrapping it up, and they'll be discussing on how to effectively achieve compliance as small businesses in Kenya. Debate presentation of the Data Protectors Broadcast. We've been discussing a lot of things all through, and they'll align it to the debate on the Data Protectors podcast, where they discuss further these discussions. And we have a powerful lineup set in place, and it's going to be enlightful, be engaging, be free, feel free to ask all the questions and also join in the process. I'd also like to appreciate all the people who have joined us online this last 3 days. And as we continue today, please join in, connect with us, tweet us as well, take a lot of photos, tweet us. You could see earlier we started off with highlights for day 1 and 2. So if you missed day 1 and 2, this is your last chance to be in those highlights for day 3. So at this point, I'd like the announcer to welcome the moderator for this particular session.
Ladies and gentlemen, to moderate the 5th panel, Megan Kathure. She's an advocate of the High Court of Kenya.
A very good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Megan Kathure, as introduced. I am an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, and I work at GIZ at the Digital Transformation Center project. I'll be moderating this live panel titled How to Effectively Achieve Compliance as Small Businesses in Kenya, Debate and Presentation of the Data Protectors podcast. I would like to share a quote with you from the Micro and Small Enterprise Authority here in Kenya that recognizes the pivotal role of SMEs in our economy. The quote says, "Small businesses are the heartbeat of your neighborhood, the spine of your local economy, and the spirit of your town." Therefore, during this panel session, we aim to discuss and show ways and tools to enhance compliance by SMEs with the Data Protection Act. With our panel and audience in presence and virtually, we wish to elaborate what is already done to support SMEs compliance and what else is needed so that SMEs can become compliant most effectively. We are also happy to announce a new podcast on data protection compliance for SMEs in Kenya called the Data Protectors Podcast, which also features speakers from our panel session today. Both the panel session and the podcast are supported and organized by GIZ Kenya as part of the African Union and European Union Digital for Development Hub, also abbreviated as AU-EU D4D Hub. This project is funded by the European Union and is implemented by 8 European agencies in close cooperation with the African Union. The AU-D4D Hub supports African institutions on their way to an inclusive and sustainable digital transformation through demand-driven technical expertise and the coordination of knowledge exchanges and multi-stakeholder dialogues with African and European partners. In this spirit, to encourage knowledge exchanges and a multi-stakeholder dialogue, I am happy to host this session with expert panelists on data protection compliance from both Kenya and Europe. To join me in this discussion today are 4 panelists, whom I will ask to join me on stage as I read out their bios. First up is Rose Mosero. Rose Mosero is the Deputy Data Commissioner Compliance at the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, where she assumed this role in July this year. Prior to joining the office, Rose served as a member of the task force which developed existing data protection regulations for Kenya and was involved in her advisory capacity in the development of the Kenya Data Protection Act 2019. Rose is also a dually registered lawyer, having been admitted as an Australian legal practitioner and an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. She additionally is a certified information privacy professional and a certified information privacy manager from the International Association of Privacy Professionals, where she sits on the advisory board. My second panelist is Massimo Tindi. Massimo Tindi is a public policy and regulatory affairs manager, an author and an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, holding various certifications such as on information privacy. She holds various certifications such as a certified information privacy professional from the IAPP, and she's also a data protection supervisor. She has 11+ years of experience in legal operations, regulatory affairs, privacy compliance and innovation, public policy, government relations, and regulatory advisory services. She has advised a wide range of domestic and international firms active in various sectors, including fintech, telecoms, technology, health, and cybersecurity for companies such as Safaricom, Google, Liquid Telecom, and Amazon Web Services, among other companies. My third panelist today is Francis Monyango. Francis Monyango is an experienced privacy and data protection practitioner based in Nairobi. He works as a research fellow at Strathmore's University Center for Intellectual Property and Information Technology. He is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya and an IAPP certified information privacy manager and certified information privacy professional for Europe. He has experience in internet governance and digital rights, with a particular interest in data protection compliance, privacy by design and commercial concepts, freedom of expression online, and e-commerce in Africa. My fourth panelist, and certainly not the last, but not the least, is Lisa Burkhardt. Lisa Burkhardt is an attorney at law at Timelex, a Brussels-based law firm. As a GDPR expert, she is specialized in the legal aspects of data protection and information security, information technology, and intellectual property in Europe. She has a master's degree in law, as well as an LLM in IT and IP law. Lisa advises clients on various GDPR and e-privacy related matters. In particular, Lisa assists companies, including startups, SMEs, and multinationals, and governments to assess and improve their compliance efforts, including by conducting audits and providing training on privacy and data protection. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like, before we just begin our session, I would like to each and every one of you to say hi to the audience, and we'll begin with Rose Mosero, then Francis, Wasi, and Lisa. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's lovely to be here. I unfortunately haven't been able to follow the proceedings that have happened, but I do know that my boss, Immaculate Kasait, has been here, and she's said good things about it. So it's great to be here, and I'm looking forward to having a discussion today.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Strathmore. Happy to be here. Happy to host the 4th Privacy Symposium Africa. Hope you've learned something new about privacy, change the perspectives, and we hope that even in this panel and as we launch the privacy scorecard, that to jog your mind into thinking more about privacy and compliance in this region. Thank you.
As you've heard, is Masi Mutindi, and I'm so glad to be here. I look forward to sharing ideas and also certain tips that the SME sector can benefit from. I am a certified information privacy manager, and I have enjoyed over the last couple of years helping companies and entities figure out their privacy compliance.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Lisa Burkhardt. I first of all wanted to thank you for inviting me today. I'm very honored to be here and to share with you some European perspectives in the discussion today.
Thank you all very much. Thank you all very much. Without further ado, let's begin this discussion. I'll start with you, Rose, let's start with numbers. So Kenya's micro and small enterprises approximately contribute to 40% of the country's GDP. On July 14th this year, the ODPC commenced registration of data controllers and processors. As of September 2022, the office had reported that it received more than 1,600 applications, while about 300 firms had only been issued with a certificate of registration, with 800 firms yet to complete the application process. Delving deeper into these issues of numbers, what entities have you seen so far registering with the office? What entities do you see attempting to be compliant in Kenya? Is there a significant number of SMEs applying to be registered as the ODPC?
I'll start with the last comment with respect to SMEs and their compliance. As you know, and I think there was a study as well done by the World Bank stating that there are about 7.5 million SMEs or MSMEs, including micro enterprises in Kenya. Of those, about 1.5 million are actually registered or formalized. The Data Protection Act and the regulations with respect to registration actually deliberately leaves out a number of these MSMEs because of the obligation, which is tedious with respect to registration. This doesn't mean that they're exempt from compliance, it just means that they're exempt from mandatory registration. Now, with the numbers that we've seen so far, we're up to about 1,000 applications or 1,000 issued certificates so far, with about 3,000 applications that are at various stages, whether at initial payment stage or review. And we've seen a whole spectrum. You've mentioned again that majority of the, or at least 40% of Kenya's GDP is from SMEs. About 70% of entities in Kenya are MSMEs. And so it's expected that a lot of these organizations that are actually registering fall within the legal definition of MSMEs in accordance with the Micro, Small, Medium Enterprises Act. You know, with that, I have to say that I have been quite impressed with the detail of, you know, the compliance journeys based on the registration application that I've seen so far from MSMEs. We have various SMEs from various sectors: education, health, finance, mostly with agents from M-Pesa or other mobile money agents that have complied and are continuing to comply. And we constantly get calls about the compliance journey that they have to make. Now, registration is only just but one aspect of compliance. And so it doesn't necessarily demonstrate complete compliance with the Data Protection Act. It's just the first step before you start processing. So to answer your question, yes, we are seeing a number of MSMEs taking an active role with respect to registering. However, there's a lot of work to be done to bring compliance to where we want it to be as the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. We are seeing that there are a number of sectors that are certainly ahead of the curve. For one, the banking sector is certainly above. I don't think I'd say that there are MSMEs within the banking sector, but certainly those seem to be ahead. We have seen a positive push as well from people within the other financial sectors, such as digital lenders who are actively pushing to comply for various reasons, including getting licensing. We're seeing small village schools complying, which is quite impressive, and the detail within which they're making their applications or providing with respect to safeguards is also quite impressive for you know, entities that have less than 5 employees and only some handful of students. So it is a journey that we're working towards. But again, just to finish off, because of the nature of our economy and the nature of organizations that we have in Kenya, it would be inevitable the majority of the people that do apply would fit in within the category of a micro, small, medium enterprise.
Okay, thank you. And from a regulator's perspective, what challenges do you foresee for compliance for SMEs in Kenya? And what intervention has the ODPC envisioned to ensure compliance for SMEs?
Absolutely. I think compliance broadly is difficult for any organization, not just MSMEs, because data protection is relatively new in Kenya. I think that we have a culture of providing information simply because information is being requested without necessarily questioning why exactly that information is being given out. So to get from that, for any organization to a point where they need to actively think about data protection and have or incorporate data protection into their various activities by way of data protection by default and design is difficult, and it is a process. And it requires rethinking on a broad scale by entities, whether they're banks, whether they're telcos, whether they're you know, small property managers, you know, agents for mobile money, irrespective of the nature and the sector that they come from. One of the things that I do note, however, is that MSME compliance and the struggle with ensuring MSME compliance is not something that's unique to us. It's a global issue. One of the reasons, or one of the challenges that we are seeing is that the data protection laws, for example, not only because they're new, but they're written for people who will have time to actually sit down and comprehend these laws. And that's just the nature of legislation. It is written in a legal way because it is a legal document. A lot of larger organizations have the ability to hire people such as Mercy to provide assistance to them. But if you're earning, say, for example, 500,000, 1 1 million per annum, you do not have the luxury of doing so. You don't have the luxury of going out and hiring expensive resources just for a one-man show to be able to comply. And so I think one of the things that we want to do, or actively wanting to do, is to engage more using media campaigns, as well as awareness creations forums that bring together MSMEs to bring awareness to the compliance, awareness firstly with the Data Protection Act, let's start there, and then on how to continue with compliance. We also have have been setting up call centers, as well as the staff within my compliance team have been answering informally some of the compliance questions that have been raised by entities that are looking to comply or have heard of data protection. We are also issuing guidance notes that are less legalistic, something that will actually assist in breaking down the principles of data protection and what is envisioned with the act, in the act for compliance. And so we'll be doing this for starters as per sectors, with targeting specific sectors, which are private security, health, education, telecommunication, digital lenders, or fintechs. Because these are the ones that we've realized need as much intervention as possible. And so we'll have a simplified list of to-dos to comply with the Data Protection Act, as well as just, I guess, engaging in forums such as this, because I'm sure there are a number of MSMEs that are listening in on this today with this webinar on Zoom or whatever. These are some of the interventions, immediate interventions that we have with respect to achieving compliance.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Rose. So this brings us to Marcy. You have worked with the private sector for a large period of time. So the Kenya Data Protection Act sets a baseline for data protection to be observed by a wide array of actors, and observance of this baseline looks like various things: having a data protection officer, having a privacy analyst, registration with the ODPC, having SOPs, standard operating procedures, to support daily data protection activities in an organization. So with your experience, do all entities, both multinationals or SMEs, perceive compliance only as a box ticking measure? And how do we shift businesses to see value in data protection compliance? Why should SMEs see consumer privacy as a differentiator and not just as a compliance risk?
Okay, so in the broad spectrum, from the multinationals to the small, medium, and micros, we have the entire mix. There are those who do see data protection as a tick box activity, and there are those who don't. So if we begin with the multinationals, obviously they're in multiple countries. Even if you want to ignore, maybe the law in Kenya, you can't ignore the law in all the 100, 200 plus jurisdictions you're in, you see? So there's a bit of you can't do a box ticking activity. You actually have to think through it. And for them, part of they need to think through it because of the multiple regulations that they are subject to. They actually have to sit down and figure out, what are we going to do about this? And how do we come up with a program or controls or items that scale across all the jurisdictions we're in, that protect all our customers across the world, regardless of where they are, and perhaps whatever their jurisdiction is. So you'll find for the bigger companies across multiple countries, they actually put a lot of thought and effort into it. They obviously also have the budget in terms of hiring resources, full-time resources, to focus on that and figure that out. Now, as you come to the small, medium, and micro, you will get that there are some who will think about it from a customer-centric position, because their customers are concerned about it, and the people who are paying their bills and who matter to them are concerned about various aspects of privacy. And in that respect, you will find that it is more than a box ticking activity. But then you also find there are those who, have no idea the Data Protection Act exists. Like Rose was saying, actually part of the point of beginning is with the awareness around the act, and they have no idea it exists. And the only time they're going to understand it exists is when they're in the process of contracting, and whoever it is there who's onboarding them as a supplier, maybe an SME or a company that's higher up, has been around for longer, is a bit more stable, has a bit more budget, is asking them that, because I'm sharing information with you, where is your privacy policy? Where is, have you done a data protection impact assessment, or etc, etc? And those things are being created that day, that night, that they have been asked. So that's now more of the box ticking activity, yeah. And then there's also a bit of I guess the need for awareness, like Rose said, because some of the SMEs and being in private sector, sometimes you'll engage and ask, okay, do you people have a policy, or you send a data processing agreement for people to sign? And their response is, we are exempt from the act. Okay, like I only have 5 employees and that's it, so I'm exempt from the act. And so you also find there's a lot of like awareness raising within even the private sector itself, all the different categories of businesses, from usually the larger ones, or not necessarily multinational, but between the two parties that are contracting, the one that is more aware of data protection is the one that will end up sensitizing the supplier they're about to onboard that, no, we need to do this. Like, you need to have a policy, or you are exempt from registration, but you are not exempt from complying with the data protection principles. And we need to think through this. And so you'll actually find that the companies that are more aware of this, or who have people who are working on it either full-time in terms of a privacy department or privacy personnel, or it may actually be somebody with other duties in the organization, but privacy docket happens to fall on them. You find they're the ones who will also partly end up doing supplier education for purposes of compliance with the Data Protection Act. Because you see, at the end of the day, if there's a breach or an incident, when, to do with customer data for, this particular entity, it's the data controller that is going to, have to disclose it to the data commissioner. And part of the questions they'll be asking, if the leak came from a supplier that you onboarded, is, what due diligence did you do? How did you verify that your supplier is actually doing what they should be doing for privacy? So again, it becomes everybody's problem in the entire supply chain. You just can't ignore and say, we are okay with our big budget or with our team for privacy. You actually have to think through it throughout the entirety of your ecosystem. Yeah, and I guess to help the companies, and especially the SMEs, not just think about it as a box ticking exercise, is just remembering that your customer actually does care about privacy. And the whole point of a business, or most of the businesses that succeed, they tend to be customer centric in nature. So if you focus on what is important to your consumer, including privacy, and particularly the elements that are extremely important to your consumer for the sector that you're in, you are setting yourself up for success. Yeah, so don't just think about it as something written in some law somewhere. Think about it in terms of protecting your customer and giving your customer, the best in terms of what they want, what their interests and their needs are.
Okay, so you mentioned the issue about education or awareness raising being a supply chain issue. And we know if a multinational is contracting perhaps a local SME, there is an element of unequal power exchange. How do you see this manifest in terms of information sharing? How do you think this unequal power engagement between a big corporate and an SME affect how much information is shared, and also to the data privacy ecosystem in the country?
Okay, so for this one, most of what I've seen in industry is you find most of the bigger companies now have almost like training and awareness sessions for their suppliers. And depending on the nature of like suppliers that they have, how they've categorized the suppliers within their procurement chain, they may actually like group them into groups. So you'll find like if you have BPOs, there'll be sort of like a training that's tailored for BPOs because of the type and nature of access that they have to customer information, name, number, account details, etc and all of that. So like you'll find that most of the bigger companies being very aware, or more aware rather, of their responsibilities and obligations under the Act, are actually now figuring out how to distill this down to all the people in the supply chain. So suppliers tend to be categorized based on how much personal data or information they would be given access to by virtue of supplying the services. So there are those, like maybe if it's supply of hardware, then it doesn't really matter. Even in that situation, you're not going to bother asking for a privacy policy or, whatever, because it's goods and like hard goods that, they're not getting customer information at all. Then you find there's another layer where it's like maybe like a light level of, in terms of what information are they getting, maybe it's name and number. And then you might find some categories that are getting access to sensitive information. So like now, if it's like BPOs in the context of the finance sector, you'll find maybe they're getting access to like, bank balance or bank account and things like that. So now you stratify them that way, and then you now go into like, okay, so what type of training do I need to make sure that my suppliers have? You find most of the bigger companies in the contracting situation, we are now creating some sort of training and awareness program for their suppliers. And then for the suppliers who have access to sensitive information or a lot of information in terms of like, you're going to have access to quite a number of my customers, just in terms of volume, you'll also find their contractual obligations that are cascaded down to them to figure out their own internal training programs. But then I guess part of the good thing for that is in terms of the contract, if you're being paid to deliver these services, then you can dedicate some of that budget to figuring out training when you're supplying those services. So generally, most of the organizations that are more aware are helping create more awareness with the suppliers that they need, especially for like the departments that are in charge of the privacy, whether it's, the legal or whatever others. It's more of helping their business. The business unit has made a case to onboard this supplier. The business, would like to utilize these services, or they need to utilize them for whatever reason. Therefore, it is now the work of all the supporting professionals to make sure that the suppliers we're having are fit for purpose, and we are reducing the risk that we are carrying in terms of privacy in this engagement, even as we share whatever data we're sharing with them.
Okay, great. So moving on from awareness raising to the actual cost of compliance for controllers and processors, Ernst & Young released a survey report this year on the status of Kenya's data protection and privacy status, with the objective to determine how far along organizations are in their journey to compliance. They used various metrics of assessment, for instance, asking companies what technologies they have implemented in aid in data protection and privacy, the extent they have complied with the Act, for instance, have they submitted that data protection impact assessment. So what are the costs of compliance for data controllers and processors? Are these costs realistically manageable? And what recourse mechanisms are available to SMEs to adapt to the cost of compliance in Kenya?
Okay, so in terms of cost of compliance, there are quite a number depending on how you think about it. And, I guess maybe the more basic one would be registration. In terms of, whether it's realistic or not, I would tend to think it is realistic because it's stratified. Not everybody is paying the same amount of fee. And even the way the fee has been pegged is partly based on, your turnover or your number of employees. And for, some SMEs, there's an exemption. And, even for some of the, what would I say, for like SMEs in particular, you might find in terms of how the amount of information they handle for how many data subjects, you might find an SME that is handling, maybe data subject information of 100,000 or 250,000 or even up to 1 million, but the fee that they're paying, because it's pegged on their turnover or the number of employees, is actually more reasonable for the business structure. Yeah, because it's not pegged on number of data subjects, which can actually be substantial for some SMEs, depending on what services they're offering, especially for the SMEs in sort of like the tech or tech related space there. Then the second one would tend to be like now to do with human resource and staff. I think like Rose had said, not all SMEs would be able to afford to have staff on full time to be able to cater for that. So in that respect, depending on how you want to implement it, that is what would make your cost either reasonable or not reasonable. If you can afford it, depending on the size of your operations and also how much of a risk that your data processing operations pose, then it would be nice if you're able to hire people. But if you're not able to hire a person or people, then you can leverage on other opportunities, whether it is to do with industry related ones. So like there are associations that help also in terms of running training and awareness activities, like for SMEs, like there's, I think the SME Founders Association, SFA, who are also members of KEPSA, there's KEPSA and they have a rate for SMEs and things like that. You can find associations also within your particular sector, within the health sector or whatever. Different sectors have associations that you can leverage on. And most of the associations usually tend to offer some advisory services, and that's also an area where you can look to it to be able to see if you're able to get the help that you need there, for both training and awareness, but also for any advice that you may need that is sort of covered by your subscription there, which comes with other benefits, not just, you know, the particular data protection advisory or assistance. Then you'll also find that for SMEs, again, they are also, in terms of staff, you can also outsource. So you can get, you know, maybe pay either a consultant or somebody to help you figure things out, like, which is almost like what I would say like a one-off fee where they're doing the heavy lifting, if it's coming up with policies or helping you think through controls, you know, etc., where it's not like a recurring bill. So again, depending on the way you treat how much the need for compliance for an SME that only has like maybe information for 250 data subjects versus one that has 250,000 is sort of different. So depending on where you lie, you can assess how much of assistance or help that you need, then you're able to do that. Then maybe also the other compliance cost would be privacy tech. You'd usually find privacy related technology that helps with managing privacy, mostly with the bigger companies, because then they're the ones that have bigger headaches to manage. For most, you know, SMEs, you can actually, you know, do privacy compliance without necessarily sourcing privacy tech specific software to help you manage your privacy. So it is not really, compliance is not equated to you need to bring in technology to do it. Like you can actually figure out how to put in controls that make sense for your business. And also just that remembering that the act in and of itself, like Rose said, is written in legal language. The beauty of that is it gives general principles that you can interpret and apply to your own situation. It doesn't prescribe that everybody has, you know, to apply this act in this particular way, which is the beautiful thing about it, because for the most part, we all have done data protection in one way or another. I mean, we don't, even within the SMEs, financials, you know, are not generally public information. It's not on the website, like how much money you make, your pay slip, you know, we all understand that, you know, this is sort of private. My, you know, bank, whether it's access pins or my mobile money. So we generally also have some level of understanding of that in our normal day-to-day life. Even the way we design houses, like the first room is the living room that has, you know, more access for many people, and then the bedrooms are a bit more private. So it's not exactly, you know, something so strange in terms of privacy by design. The design of a house sort of has that. So it's just an issue of figuring out what that means for your business. And if you need help, going to the right places and spaces where you can get the help that you need. And I think also another good thing is that the Act says, you know, having regard to, you know, state of the art, but then also your budget. Like the data commissioner would not expect you to be able to bring in to have a budget for privacy that is beyond your actual budget for your business. So it is more of a case of what do you have and what is the best that you can do with what you have, and really just getting down to it, finding the right people to have the conversations with. And also again, like back to the value of associations, is you can learn from your peers, other people in the industry and in the sector, and what are they doing. So it's not rocket science, because the challenges they're facing are probably the same challenges that you are facing. So if you do it the right way, it doesn't have to be out of scope or out of budget. It's just an issue of figuring out what is the best that I can do where I am right now.
Okay, great. So there are nuances to compliance depending on the needs of the organization. Rose, I would like you to respond to some of the comments by Marcy in terms of cost of compliance. As the ODPC, do you think there's revision, there's need for revision in terms, you say registration is the first aspect of compliance. Do you have any comments in terms of the cost of compliance for SMEs in Kenya?
Yeah, I completely agree with what Mercy has said in terms of the cost of compliance. I think it's relative to your organization. As has been mentioned by Mercy and myself earlier, registration, again, is just the first step, but it's not compulsory for all MSMEs. Majority of them, in fact, will probably shut out of the need to comply with that registration requirement. Another thing that I'd just like to set out, when we look at data protection, it's not just a technical or technology aspect that we're looking at, you know. So if and I understand that a lot of these MSMEs, just going back to that example of the small school in rural Kenya, which has only 5 teachers and one doubles up as a principal and everything else, and they have one computer that they share amongst themselves. all their documents are physical documents. So what's the best way to safeguard this? Having safes, which is not a pricey thing to do, but it is something that will go towards their compliance with respect to data protection. We don't prescribe in the Act what someone has to do with respect to compliance, how much they have to pay. If your budget allows you to spend 1 shilling, obviously that's unreasonable, but 1 shilling for you to comply, then if that's the best that you can do and that is effective enough to achieve your compliance, that is what we will take as the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. We don't expect you to go above and beyond what your budgetary needs allow. However, we do need for you to understand at the very core the sort of data that you process and the sorts of safeguards that would attach or need to attach to that data that you're processing. And that's really just the basic thing that you need to do to ascertain what your journey of compliance will be. Once you have that, again, if it's physical documents, you put them in a safe, you ensure that only the people who need to have them have that information. The cost of that would be roughly, if you look at the cost of a safe, that would be what, 7,000 perhaps. Access controls for that, 0 shillings, just that sort of thing. Is really what we're looking at. And even with registration, that's really what we want to see, the sensitization of your staff, if you've got more than 1 person, issues with respect to how you're managing both your physical and digital documents that contain personal data, how you go about and understanding exactly what sorts of information you have, where you're keeping it, the people that you've contracted or charged to have it, and that's basically it. There's no the price or the cost. I don't think it's beyond what is required or what was required previously. It's just now that there is a statutory obligation mandating people to actually go that extra mile to ensure that things are being done. I don't think that it's unreasonable.
All right, thank you for your contributions, both Mercy and Ruth. So let's shift a bit to the European Union. Lisa, there is estimated approximately 23.1 million SMEs in the European Union by 2022. European Union having had the data protection legislation for a while now, that is the GDPR and its predecessor, the Data Protection Directive. What have been the challenges of SMEs in ensuring they are compliant, and what steps did European regulators take in ensuring SMEs are compliant with the law?
Well, to answer your first question, I think the challenges that SMEs face that we have been seeing in our practice are very straightforward. So first of all, we see that SMEs are really still struggling with grasping the basic concepts of the GDPR. So what is a controller? What is a processor? What is it? What does it mean to be processing personal data? And it goes back to very easy questions like if a customer calls me and I ask for his name, I ask for his address and other details, am I then already processing personal data or not? To give another example, most companies in the European Union, I would say, know that when they have a website that they should have a privacy policy and a cookie policy, but a lot of them don't really know what the purpose of those documents are. So why do we need to have this? They see it more as terms and conditions rather than really a policy that gives information to the people. So I think that's a first struggle for them to really understand the basic concepts. And then, of course, another struggle that they're facing is a bit what my colleagues here have already touched upon, is, of course, having resources to spend resources on data protection compliance. And then I don't only refer to financial resources, but also personnel and time. To give some examples, for example, what we have come across a lot in our practice are companies that, even if they're MSMEs, I would say, that are, for example, receiving requests from data subjects to exercise their rights. And those are things that can really take up a lot of time from these companies, because answering a request of a data subject is not that easy. Like if a data subject asks for their right of access to get access to all the data that a company has about them and to even provide a copy, it can easily take up the whole day of an employee, or even if it's a bigger company, it can take a week before you really collect all the data that you have of a data subject. So those things are really also a struggle, the time that those things take. And then I think also what we have seen in the past, and definitely in the beginning, when the GDPR came into application, is that a lot of SMEs were actually just really doing compliance on the surface, and that's not per se an issue. But I think it would be an issue, for example, in the cases where for privacy policies and cookie policies, we saw that a lot of organizations merely copied documents that they found on other websites. And I think those are, of course, also struggles that come from the issue that they don't really grasp what the idea of such policies are, what the idea is. So I think those are some struggles. I think SMEs in the European Union are really doing their best to face those struggles and are really more and more investing into data protection compliance. They are, for example, even if they don't have the obligation to appoint a data protection officer, they are often appointing a so-called data protection manager, like a specific person, dedicated person in the organization that deals with data protection. And they are trying to standardize the procedures that they have and then take more and more trainings. But of course, it remains a bit of a struggle. And to answer your second question, regulators are really doing a lot of efforts to help SMEs in their compliance. First of all, I think regarding regulators, if we look at the lawmakers in the European Union, I think it's a bit similar to what Rose has already talked about today, or my other colleagues here, is that the European lawmakers have included some exceptions in the GDPR for SMEs. For example, there's this obligation on a record of processing activities. So the idea is that SMEs that don't have that have under 250 employees don't have to have a record of processing activities in place. Although there is a bit of an issue there because this exception has been eroded to a large extent, in the sense that if an SME does data processing on a non-occasional basis, then again, they do have to have a record of processing activities. So in the end, most SMEs in the European Union do have to have this record of processing activities, which is of course a bit difficult for some organizations because it requires a lot of documenting and a lot of efforts. So lawmakers have also included exceptions as regards this obligation that I said about appointing a data protection officer. These have been eroded to a lesser extent. And then, of course, the biggest efforts that regulators, or more specifically data protection authorities in the European Union have done is, of course, given a lot of guidance. So I think if you would look on the websites of practically every data protection authority in the European Union, you could find a specific section dedicated to SMEs where they really give guidance, team-based guidance. So they would have a specific section on what do you have to do when you're hiring new employees, what do you have to do, I don't know, other HR related things. They have very specific guidance on really concrete questions, and they give a lot of illustrations, which I think is very important. But even more important, I think, is that they really take SMEs by the hand by providing them with templates, which is, I think, very useful for SMEs. For example, the Belgian Data Protection Authority has published templates on how companies can answer the requests of data subjects to exercise their rights. So this is very important, I think, because for a lot of SMEs, even if they want to act upon the request of the data subject, they often don't know how to even write such an answer or how to respond to these requests. And I think such templates really help SMEs in practice. And of course, other things that data protection authorities have provided are, for example, tools to carry out data protection impact assessments. So those are very useful as well. And in general, they really try to give all the tools possible. They make a lot of videos that explain concepts of the GDPR. And I think those things really help out for the SMEs.
All right, thank you. So clearly, one thing I'm getting is this need for continuous awareness creation in terms of enabling SMEs to understand what data protection is. In the case of European Union, you've had GDPR for quite some time now, and of course its predecessors, you've had the experience of data protection, and still your companies are struggling, or at least some of them are struggling to understand concepts of data protection. All right, so my follow-up question to the same would be, as the EU D4D Hub project promotes collaboration between African and European stakeholders to build a joint digital future, what are the lessons both Kenyan regulators and small businesses can learn from Europe when trying to achieve data protection compliance?
I guess there's a lot of things that can be learned, but as I've heard today, I think there's a lot of work being done already. But to highlight some specific points, I want to, first of all, go back to what I said before. I think guidance is crucial, and that data protection authorities should really take SMEs by the hand and provide illustrations and help them with FAQ sections on their websites. Those kind of things are really helpful. I think apart from that, it would be good also to give SMEs some time to go and implement all the requirements in your Data Protection Act, and to give them a grace period, as we have done in the European Union as well. Ours was for 2 years before enforcement was taking place. And I think also when you do get to the point of enforcement, then that it would be good to set priorities, like give clear guidance on these are the priorities, and we're focusing on these aspects in terms of enforcement. But specifically also for SMEs, I think it's important to not make data protection compliance overly formalized. So I think it's important, of course, the GDPR has the requirement of accountability. So it's important that SMEs document their data protection compliance. But nevertheless, I think this should be also taking into account the budget and the context of the processing, the nature of the processing activities, so that you can diversify in the amount of documenting that organizations need to do. I think that's very important as well. And then to also go back to the budgetary discussions that you had before, I think for SMEs, as a starting point, we should really try to achieve 80% compliance with 20% of the resources. I think we shouldn't really strive for 100% compliance as of the start. I think SMEs should be able to take a step-by-step approach according to their budget. And I think there again, the focus that data protection authorities should give is really explain to SMEs what are really the core principles of the GDPR. I think those are the things that SMEs should be aware of: data minimization, purpose limitation, all these concepts. If they grasp those concepts, and if they get the reflexes whenever they're doing processing of personal data, I think they will come a long way already, because that is, of course, the core of the GDPR at least. And I think SMEs should always keep in the back of their head that the idea is in the end that you want data processing to be fair, and you want it to be in line with the expectations of the data subjects. So that is why I think the focus should really be on the data protection principles, and that way SMEs will learn some reflexes and can go step by step in achieving their data protection compliance.
All right, thank you so much for that, Lisa. I'm gonna move to Francis. from an academic perspective, CPIT for a while now has offered a virtual course on data protection. Kindly inform us what are some of the gains and the impact that the course has had in the privacy ecosystem in Kenya? Have you, for instance, had business managers taking up this course and leading up to data protection compliance by various organizations? And as a follow-up to that, what improvements have you considered to make the course better?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for that question. Yeah, we've offered that course twice this year. Still in the last cohort is still finalizing on the course, and I must admit it's been quite popular. People have actually, the second cohort had much more interest than the first one, and we're expecting that when in future, as we offer it more people will sign up and learn about data protection. On the people, on whether business managers have been enrolling for the course, to be honest, we don't know. Because we practice data minimization, we walk our talk. Yeah, and because we practice data minimization, we do not collect intimate information, personal data of our students. If you're interested in learning about data protection and compliance, you can just sign up for the course. So we really do not collect information, so we can't authoritatively say that 10 people for 100 SME owners or proprietors have interacted in our course. We can't answer that. But from social media, from LinkedIn, we see certificates that we have issued. And that gives us great joy. And because we can see that we're actually doing something that has an impact, a positive impact. And sometimes people also just write to us and tell us that they have learned so much. We had a Q&A session a while back, and the questions that we're receiving from the people who had enrolled in the course, you could see that somebody actually took time and went through the material. They listened to you and the other instructors in the course, and they learned something and they have questions. And that's really encouraging. That's really encouraging, and we want to keep on doing it. One more. You asked about improvements. I feel like if you're talking about improvement, you'll always there's always need for improvement in life, in anything that you do. In this data protection course, the first time it was offered and the second time it was offered, it's different. And because we're always improving it, listen to feedback from the people who attended the course, and then we try to just adjust. And yeah, so those are the improvements that we've made. We haven't really made any improvements to target a particular audience, as it was. Our goal has been to teach people compliance, teach people about data protection, the rights of a data subject, the data protection principles, what are technical measures, how do you interact with the regulator, what is international transfers, like all that. That's what we have been keen on. That's what we have been doing. That's what we want to continue doing as well. Probably improve it to be better, yes, based on the feedback that we get. Because, yeah, as I said, you can never get to 100%, but you can always improve on what you have done.
Okay, thank you for that. My follow-up question is, from a research perspective, what type of research and research tools can and should academia conduct to support SMEs?
Well, the SME field is really big and the needs are many. And it has so many sectors. So some of the tools probably will engage you, or I'll talk about some of the tools we have developed. I don't know whether I should hint on what we're about to launch because it also has a tool. But yeah, we have DPIA handbook for SMEs, which was launched in the year 2021. We have a data protection guide for SMEs. So for SMEs, we have developed those two specifically for SMEs or small organizations to help them with compliance. Probably the challenge that can be for academic institutions will be language. Make it easier for people to understand, because sometimes you read those documents, and as we said earlier, the genesis is the act, which is written in legal language. But now when it comes to compliance and it's an SME, it's somebody who's selling shoes, they do not their income cannot, they cannot afford to get counsel to help them in interpreting these laws. But now if we have all these resources that can enable them to engage in compliance, and it's in a language that they understand, probably I think that's where there's an opportunity for academia. And anyone else, language can be Kiswahili, can be Sheng, can be vernacular. Because there are areas in this country where people operate their businesses in vernacular. So, and we also even have media stations which broadcast in vernacular, which shows you that our languages are a big deal. So I feel like dissemination of data protection content in different languages is an area that probably academia should consider. Just even translation, it's a big deal, because now that's how you're going to reach that Kenyan over there and tell them that you need to be aware as to the information that you're giving out and why you're giving it out. You need to know your data protection rights. I'm so sure so many of us can talk about our data protection rights in English, but if we switch it to Kiswahili, that's when we'll start looking at each other. Yeah, Kiswahili is a compulsory language in Kenya. So that shows you that there's an opportunity there for tools. A while back in Kenya, they used to have vernacular classes, but it's no longer there, but people still speak vernacular. The towns you go to, and if you do not get to a shop where they understand Kiswahili, you'll be pointing things and trying to buy them. So it shows you that there's an opportunity to reach to those communities in those languages. And for the other tool that we're launching today, I will leave it to the next session. So from now, henceforth, drum roll.
Definitely. And I'd just like to emphasize on the issue of language. First of all, I would like to applaud very much CPIT for having translating the materials, or even not just translating, but also producing and disseminating data protection materials in Kiswahili. Kiswahili, as you will know, was fitted as an official language of the African Union. So that is something that is very applaudable on your end. I also would like you to respond to something on research and development. The ODPC conducted a study recently to various European data protection agencies, including the French Data Protection Authority. And one of the interesting insights from that study visit was that they have a research lab. Now, an interesting fact is, as of 2019, no African country had met the goal of investing 1% of their GDP in research and development. Do you think the ODPC in the present or near future has the capacity to change this tide and to enable research and development in various technology and data issues?
It is one of our core mandates to engage in research, especially with respect to emerging technologies, and with how the world is going and more digitalization, more use of technology, it will be and it's a necessary tool for ODPC to actually have to be able to carry out its mandate, otherwise we'll be left behind. So I think this is something that will be taken into account, obviously depending on the budgetary allocations, but I think as data protection continues to grow in Kenya, again, it's only 2 years old. Well, 3 years this month actually, and the office is only 2 years old in a few weeks. So things will change. We don't have the privilege of, or we don't have that lead time that, say, for example, the French Data Protection Authority, which has been in place, I think, for about 42 years, to have had time to invest and iterate and change their structures as much as they have to actually accommodate this sorts of research labs. But we're hoping that in the near future, this will happen for Kenya. One of the things as well, just to follow that up, is the premise of the office, whilst it's based on aspects of data protection, specifically with respect to rights of privacy, is actually here to promote the digital economy, which will mean that we need to adopt as an office to be able to push and enable not only SMEs, but the society at large to be able to boost themselves up and participate in the digital economy, which is, again, one of the reasons that I think that it's very important for us to go down this route of research and having such labs that deal specifically with technology, and hopefully it will be something that will come up in the near future.
Okay, thank you for that. One more question to you, Francis. So the organizers of this conference will be launching our privacy scorecard, which is a monitoring tool which evaluates various businesses' practices against data protection laws and also informs the public on principles and standards of data protection. To what extent do you think the privacy scorecard will be a tool to hold controllers and processors accountable for compliance? And how else do you think civil society can do to hold the actors in the data protection ecosystem accountable? Very briefly.
You've let the cat out of the bag. I was trying to avoid talking about the scorecard. But basically, the scorecard will, two objectives. Show where corporations are, local corporations are in Kenya and Uganda in terms of privacy compliance, data protection compliance. And the other one is to show the areas that they need to improve and work on. Just to hint, but when the launch of the scorecard, probably they will expand on it more. It will contain a tool that people we can use to evaluate companies. So it's been developed for lay people, which also means that SMEs can be able to use it without counsel for evaluating whether the person they're working with is compliant or not. Also, probably to help them think of how to comply as well.
Okay, thank you. So we look forward to the launch of the privacy scorecard in the afternoon. I will now open the discussion to question and answer. And I will ask if you have a specific question to kindly direct, if you would like a specific speaker to address your question, to please state so as you ask your question. Do we have any questions in the audience? Yes, I'll take a round of 3 in the interest of time. So there's one there and lady at the front.
Hello, everyone. My name is Gadoni Kuria. I'm a journalist, and my question goes to you, Rose, and it's about sensitization and educating SMEs on this Data Protection Act. So how is it done? Because I'm wondering, is it a public kind of sensitization, or is it a closed door such as this that very few people know about? So because without being educated about it, there's no way they will comply. So yeah, my question is on
that. The lady here.
Good morning. My name is Sylvia. I work as a legal and compliance manager at a health tech startup. I think mine is more around a comment. One of the things I think you realize is what you said. A lot of the information out there is written in a lot of legalese, but the challenge we find for those of us who work in-house is something that Lisa mentioned. I think there's a lack of clarity around the technical measures when it comes to compliance. So I think one of the biggest challenges we faced is consulting with a lot of small startups and helping them around registration has been the fact that for a lot of them, they will not want to necessarily hire a lot of employees because there's a lot of obligations that come around that from tax and NHIF and all of that. So you find a lot of them will have consultants who end up being processors. But if you look at the obligation under the Act, they are required to register. And a lot of the time you find that maybe a consultant is only working for 3 weeks. So I think, that's one of the things where I'd be interested to see what the commissioner would be doing and what the office would do around some of those practical challenges that you face, because now you have small SMEs wanting to decide, well, then do we not hire this consultant? If it's Mercy coming on for 3 weeks, but yet you'll have access to our personal data. Or do we sort of hide away from, informing the commissioner that this is what is being done, but you might then find that, you have a data breach or there's some issue that comes up after that. Second to that, I think it'd also be interesting to see what comes up in terms of sector-specific regulation. So having worked both in fintech and health tech, you find that a lot of the time when the regulations are quite blanket, these different challenges you face around how data is being processed in the health tech industry, you might find in those areas there's a lot, data minimization is a lot harder to kind of comply with because they need a lot more data compared to maybe agri-tech or fintech. And so I think it'd be interesting to see whether sector-specific regulation comes about to also help better with compliance, because the challenge we find is our business managers tell us, look, this is too much, we can't do all of this. And you then end up with a cookie policy, a privacy policy, and they're like, thanks for everything that you've done there. So I think, for me, mine would maybe be a comment to see what would be coming up in future. And the CIFID course was definitely very helpful. I think I did the first cohort. So seeing more around that to train and sensitize people who are in the industry, where I think we already know quite a bit about data privacy and protection, but on the technical challenges of what we face day to day, I think that would be something that would be good to see coming from your office. And we're happy to share our thoughts on what can be done as well.
All right, thank you. I'll take one last question from the gentleman here, and then I'll ask the panelists to answer.
Hi, my name is John. I'm from Residence Technologies. And my question, I'd like Rose to respond on this one because it's on compliance. I'll speak as an SME because I am from one. And it's a tech SME. What is the motivation when it comes to compliance? Because I'd be honest with you, I've just heard about compliance today. I did know about the data office and that the government just set up. But what is going to be the motivation for me to comply? And also how, because I don't really understand what exactly the compliance regulations or the requirements are. So I'd like you to respond on that. What's the motivation? Because I'd like to comply. I'd like to, but there's that information. There's that information that I need from the data subject and how I'm sharing it out. Because for an example, if I need to make a delivery.
Please wrap it up, kindly.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, just talk about what's going to be the motivation for me to be able to adhere to the compliance. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Rose.
It's always a difficult task when you sit in a panel and you're the regulator because all the questions come to you. To answer the first question with respect to SME sensitization, no, we don't just conduct forums or participate in forums such as this. We do specialized forums specifically when it comes to registration. As an example, we have forums every month. I think one is coming up next week with respect to people who've actually registered, to assist them on their journey to fill in the documentation properly. We are also going to be running awareness campaigns and media campaigns specifically to raise awareness, not just on data subjects or for data subjects, but also for MSMEs. We participate in joint or coordinated awareness campaigns for civil registration, civil society organizations as well, which we've done for the last 2 years, even before we did get the regulations in place. So this is an ongoing conversation that we'll be having. It's not one that's going to end today, and it's not one that has just started today. So we manage all the forums. With respect to the questions that were asked here in your comments, the comments are noted. When it comes to aspects on compliance, especially for consultants or organizations are not necessarily able to hire staff or resources full-time and engage with consultants who have access to certain aspects of personal data. You might find that some of these consultants are actually exempt from mandatory registration. So we offer advisories in the office. Our doors are always open, our phone lines are open. So if our email addresses as well. So if you do have any questions or concerns with respect to compliance, we don't want to take away from the lawyers or or anyone else who earns income from data protection compliance, but we will give you just a general guide on how to go about that. If you have very specific questions, we will also help you address those specific questions. Obviously, within our compliance being a regulator, we can't really advise you on whether you're complying adequately, because if we need to then issue fines, then that will be something else. So we'll assist you with that, and our doors are open. And for those of you who are online and have not heard of us previously, you can find more information on us www.odpc.go.ke. We have quite a number of resources available and tools for data protection impact assessments, consent and how to go about that, registration, guidance notes as well as just FAQs for general questions that you might have. And going to the last question with respect to motivation, I wish to the biggest motivation is to avoid getting fines, I think, or letters from our office telling you that you're not compliant. We have taken an approach again to assist people walk the compliance journey, because that is the nature of our office. So just touching on what Lisa said, we don't have a grace period with respect to our laws, but we did, and the Data Commissioner made a very deliberate and intentional effort to assist organizations to understand what data protection was first before we go about the path of issuing enforcement notices or penalizing and the like. And I think, I know that the enforcement notice, the first enforcement notice, actually issued just in September, actually. So this is 3 years, almost 3 years after the Act came into place, and almost 2 years after the after the office was actually established. But that's your biggest motivation. Your other motivation is the fact that you do want to create a reputation for yourselves, a reputation of data protection, which will help in ensuring that you have customer loyalty especially for small organizations in the fields that you're in. Another thing with respect to compliance is it helps data protection effectively, and some of the principles assist in ensuring that you're processing all the information that you need to process, which means that your utility and your productivity as well boosts, because you're not just processing a lot of information and you don't know where it is. And so that's another aspect of it as well. But reputational customer loyalty will probably be the biggest for SMEs, but also ensuring that you're protecting data subjects so that we don't get complaints against you and we have to issue enforcement notices for lack of compliance. But again, we are open to engaging with you as well as an office. Should you feel it necessary, please reach out.
If I could briefly add to that in terms of motivations, we've had that question in the European Union before as well. And I think in addition to what Rose has mentioned, I think as an SME, an important other motivation would be mergers and acquisitions. In the European Union, if you as an SME or as a startup would want to get acquired by a bigger company afterwards, I think data protection compliance will be definitely one of the points that they will be looking at. So you don't want to have a complaint pending before your data protection authority when you want to be acquired by a bigger company. So that's of course also a motivation.
Okay, thank you so much. So we're out of time. But I would like to have just one question from the online audience, and then I'll ask the speakers to give their closing recommendations. Just one question from the online audience, please.
Yeah, so unfortunately, we'll have only one question from the online audience. The ones who are physical will interact with them because we are short on time. So we have one question on when the data commissioner will be auditing companies. Will the same assessment that is done on big companies be done on small companies in terms of a checklist? And one final one is, does the sanction regime present in Kenya's DPA and the GDPR make sense for MSMEs?
So Rose, I would like you to once again answer the question, and Marcy to answer the second question as well.
Okay, I'll answer the second question first, and then the first one. With respect to the fines or sanctions, there was actually a push when the Data Protection Act was being drafted, when it was still a bill, for the sanctions to be increased so that it can capture everyone, not just SMEs, but also the larger organizations, so as to penalize them and ensure that there's effectively a culture of compliance and people are deterred based on the amount that they have to pay. However, when it went to Parliament, our legislatures at that time, or legislators at that time, had a mind to cater for SMEs, and so reduced the amount that was payable to a maximum of 5 million or 1% of the turnover, whichever is less. And so if, for example, an SME or MSME has 1 million, for example, it would just be 1% of that 1 million that would actually be able to be fined, with a maximum of 5 million as a cap. It is very different from GDPR and the data protection authorities in the EU, who can fine, I think, a cap of 4%, which is quite large. We don't have that, especially for the larger organizations. I mean, that could be millions and into the billions. We don't have that. And so it does really cater for the fact that our economy is really held up by MSMEs, and that was the nature of the sanctions. On the first question, which I think I might have to be reminded of.
So the first question was, when the data commissioner will be auditing companies, will the same assessment that is done on big companies be done on small companies in terms of a checklist?
Okay.
And I'll also add you one more.
No.
Because from the online, it's just indicated to you as well. So it's question to Rose. Do companies need to have a record of processing activities? When will the ODPC give guidance on DPOs, enabling rights of data subjects and employee monitoring?
Okay. With respect to the audits, I think we purpose to do a case by case. Not every organization will have, I mean, there are basic principles within the Act that we can't avoid. For example, if you're required to have a data protection policy or you have a duty to notify, we can't get away from that. But there are certain aspects that will be applied differently for small organizations, such as your safeguards, that might be different for other organizations that have the capacity and the financial resources to actually ensure they have state-of-the-art technologies to actually protect personal data. So in that respect, it's yes and no, and it will be dependent really on the organizations and the information that they give us as well, but the checklists are very similar. With respect to guidance, we will be issuing this as we go. The office has just come from a
process of staffing. I think our first proper staff, our first cohort of staff was just put in or came into place on the 1st of July. Before then, we operated on skeleton staff of about 8 people with only 2 technical staff, myself and the data commissioner. And so we are continuing on this process and will be issuing guidance as we go forward.
All right, thank you so much. So in closing, I would like the speakers to just give their recommendations. I'll ask Lisa to begin and then Marcy as well, as you also answer the earlier question, followed by Francis and then Rose in closing. Lisa.
I think when giving recommendations to SMEs, I have to reiterate a bit what I said before. So I think SMEs should really think about the data protection principles first and have those in mind in everything that they do in terms of data processing. And they should really think when they start new business activities, try to keep in mind the principles of data protection by design and default, and start taking actions towards compliance step by step, and focusing on data subject rights first, I would say.
For the question, I actually think Rose did a good job answering about the sanctions, Kenya versus the GDPR framework. So I don't think I need to add anything there. My comments for the SMEs is just think about data protection from a customer-centric perspective. It is not, in as much as it is written in the law, it's not just a box ticking for compliance purposes. Think about it from a customer perspective. Most customers actually do care about their privacy. There are very many studies that have been conducted. For example, in the financial sector, where people would rather pay a higher interest for a loan if it's the company that they're getting the money from offers them higher privacy. So there's actually data to that. You are going to keep their list of your customers. You are not going to get or keep their business, and you will probably be getting a not so wonderful visit from the commissioner's office. Cater to think about data protection as part of being a customer-centric operation.
I'd like to invite all SMEs or proprietors of SMEs to sign up to the CPIT data protection course next year when we offer it. Yeah, I promise you, if we're given an opportunity, probably we are delved into it. And we also have many other resources that are relevant to SMEs that I mentioned. I'll mention them again. There's a DPIA handbook for SMEs and data protection guide for SMEs, which will really help them in compliance and to avoid the dreaded visit from.
I think we've gotten a bad rap just now. There is no dreaded visit that will come to you unless, of course, there is a need to, and there's a breach, a violation of the Data Protection Act. But as I've said before, and I think has been reiterated by the Data Commissioner in many forums such as this, our office is here to assist in compliance as much as we are a regulator. We understand that data protection is a new concept for many organizations in Kenya specifically, where we do not have a culture of privacy as has or exists in different other jurisdictions. We are here to help. So if you have an issue or a query with respect to how you need to comply, or you want our interpretation of the law for you to actually implement, our office is open and you can reach out to us. Our contacts are on www.odpc.go.ke, and specifically if you want any compliance issues, you are able to reach to the compliance team or reach the compliance team directly. You can email us on compliance@odpc.go.ke. We're open to helping you on your journey. Obviously, we're not going to give you advisories that might cross the line with respect to our regulator position, but we will guide you in as much as we can to ensure that you are compliant.
All right, thank you very much. Extremely grateful for my panelists
Lisa, Masti, Rose, and Francis, as well to the audience, both virtual and physical. In closing, today's discussion and development of the recommendations will be continued in our Data Protectors podcast series for SMEs compliance in Kenya. So I'm sure you've been seeing a number of QR codes on the screen. So I would invite you to use the QR codes to gain more information on the AU-EU D4D Hub and as well as the podcast. Thank you all once again, and we'll now declare this session closed.
Can I maybe just make a small announcement?
Yes.
Sorry, now that I'm here in the panel session with all of you together, and we've had lots of interesting questions. I just wanted to take the opportunity to announce that Kluwer International, the publisher, publishes a book called International Encyclopedia of Laws. And so two of my colleagues at work are the editors for the books on data protection law and the book on information technology law. And we're actually still looking for a lot of authors from African countries that would be interested in writing about their data protection law or information technology law. So if you would be interested in joining this effort, it's remunerated. You can always contact me. My name is Lisa Bogart again, and you can find me at timelex.eu, or we can talk later today.
All right, thank you very much. That will be all from us.
Thank you so much. A better round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So I'd like to really appreciate you for your insights and your time, and it's been really insightful. I apologize for the hurry and the timelines. The questions were coming thick and fast, but we'll keep engaging as we continue. So at this point, thank you so much once again. All right. So at this point, I'd like, as you could see, I have a document with me that will launch shortly. But before launching it, we'll have another conversation. Yesterday, remember, we had a conversation. And this is more like an engaging session whereby we interact with you. So feel free to engage. This is now the interacting session. We'll have a conversation that will entail a harmonization of African data governance regime at the 4th Privacy Symposium Africa. Basically, it's a conversation with heads of African data protection regulators and chaired by the European Commission. It will be a conversation that aligns, so feel free to let out all that we are talking about and engage and enjoy the same. So at this point, I'd like us to continue, and I'd like to have one conversation with the crowd, just something burning that you might have for this incoming conversation that we are picking. So just one person, the topic is harmonization of Africa data governance regime. So it's a conversation with heads of African data protection regulators. Just one person to give us something on what the expectations for this panel. One person. If you look down, I'll pick on you. So you better look straight at me ahead. One person. So today I'll go at the back. They say backbenchers rarely speak. So.
Thank you. Jamie Wallace from Peak Vision. I'm interested in just hearing about, particularly coming from a UK organization, around cross-border transfers and how we can remain in compliance with data leaving the country, and listening and hearing about data localization as well.
Thank you so much. One more discussion.
Good morning, everyone. So I think I'm looking forward to just hearing from the different actors on how they are going to come up with a roadmap, especially for compliance in Africa, noting that we have different laws, just to sort of align and come up with one document that speaks to data protection in Africa.
Thank you so much. And at this point, I'd like to let you know that this particular panel will be moderated by a researcher from Africa Check, who will be introduced in a minute. So feel free to enjoy. The synopsis of this basically with so many pressures driving digital economy initiatives across Africa, there's definitely a need to coordinate approach to data protection and cross-border cooperation. So this panel of African data protection will have a conversation on cross-border harmonization, cooperation, and enforcements can be achieved. So at this point, I'd like us, the announcer, to announce the moderator for this particular session.
Ladies and gentlemen, to moderate the fifth panel, Megan Kathure. She's an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, to chair the conversation with regulators, Tess Wandia. She's a researcher with Africa Check, an enthusiast of all things internet and African stories, keen on discovering new and exciting uses of technology. She seeks to explore how communities in their diversity interact with and are impacted by technology.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tess Wandia. So this panel will be very unique because a lot of the participants will be hybrid. I just need confirmation if we're going to have one panelist physical.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. It will be a bit lonely, but hopefully people in the room will keep us warm. Great. Just getting confirmation that everyone else is online and connected. Our participants are online. I mean, our panelists. Okay, fantastic. So just to introduce the session, this session is on the harmonization of Africa data governance regime. Following the previous session, we've seen how the data protection laws, how SMEs are going to be impacted by it, how they can comply. And now we'll move into, yes, so we are having several countries in the Africa region. Each one of these countries has implemented, is enforcing their own data protection laws. So if we're meant to harmonize the region, when we have a lot of digital potential when it comes to trade, how are we going to sync as countries in the Africa region? So I will begin by introducing my panelists. So thank you very much. Here we have Immaculate Kasait, the commissioner from the Office of the Data Protection Office in Kenya. I will just let each panelist maybe acknowledge the room so that you can match the face with the name. Yeah, so we have Immaculate here. Online, we have Tsitsi Marie Wo, who is the head of legal services at the Postal and Telecommunications Regulatory Authority of Zimbabwe. Perhaps we can have Tsitsi's face. Do we have, oh, there she is. I hope everyone can see clearly. We also have Stella Alibatese from the National Personal Data Protection Director in Uganda. Do we have Stella online?
Yes, I'm online. Good morning, everyone. I hope I can improve the lighting in my office so that you can see my face. But I'm happy to be here. Happy to see Immaculate. Yes. Very sorry that I couldn't make it to Kenya. I look forward to our interaction.
Fantastic. Thank you, Stella. We also have Patricia Adusei Poku, the Executive Director, Data Protection Commission in Ghana. Patricia?
Good morning, all. I'm very pleased to be part of this discussion. Hello, my sister Immaculate, and thank you the experts right now present in Kenya and online contributing to this regional discussion. And I'm very pleased to be part of this group. I'm asking permission after this to turn my video off because of the network that is very flaky where I am, so I can stay online. But I'm very happy to be on the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patricia. We also have Dr. Vincent Olatunji, who is the CEO, National Commissioner of the Nigeria Data Protection Bureau. Is he connected? No, he's not. No, he's not.
Good morning, all from Nigeria.
Oh, he is.
This is Babatunde Bamigwe. I'm representing Dr. Vincent Olatunji, the CDO and National Commissioner of the Nigeria Data Protection Bureau. I head the legal enforcement and regulations of the Nigeria Data Protection Bureau. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Babatunde. The final panelist is Mrs. Judisha Madub, the Data Protection Commissioner from the Republic of Mauritius.
Hello, nice to meet you all and good morning. I'm very happy as well to be participating today. And I'm sure that this discussion is going to be one of the most interesting, if not most challenging discussions around cross-border data transfers and national security. So I'm very happy to be part of this panel, and I'm also awaiting our moderator to direct us to what we have to say in terms of, data protection challenges. That would be nice to hear from the audience in questions and answers afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just to introduce myself, moderator, Tsitsi Mariwo from Zimbabwe, and I am the head of legal services at the Postal and Telecommunications Regulatory Authority of Zimbabwe, which was recently designated by the government as the Data Protection Authority of Zimbabwe. Being a new kid on the block, there is no other better way of being inducted on these data protection issues on the continent than through the PSA 2022 Privacy Symposium. So I'm really delighted and grateful that as a new kid on the block, the Data Protection Authority of Zimbabwe is very grateful that we have been able to understand quite a number of issues that are affecting data privacy issues on the continent. So thank you for having me on the panel.
Fantastic. Thank you, panelists, for joining us. So allow me to just set the stage before we begin this conversation. So I'm going to read it out. So in the recent years, the potential of the digital economy has become clear across Africa. This in turn has put pressure on governments to underpin such economies with a robust data protection framework, both implementing and enforcing the same. These pressures have demonstrated a pressing need for a more coordinated approach to data protection, and one that requires sincere multi-stakeholder engagement. The agreement establishing the Africa Continental Free Trade Area creates a single African market to guarantee the free movement of persons, capital, goods, and services, with the aim, not unlike the European single market, of enabling seamless trade. A single market relies heavily on the processing of personal data of persons resident outside Africa, thereby necessitating an effective harmonized data protection regime. So at present, data protection is fragmented across Africa with differentiated regimes, in most cases, and some countries with no data protection frameworks in place at all. The lack of this harmonious data protection framework hinders the digital development in Africa, infringes on individual liberties, and puts Africa firmly in a secondary position when compared to our Western counterparts. So throughout this panel discussion, we'll be answering the question whether the lack of uniform continental data protection, this framework that is very characteristic of each and every country, will it really put us at a disadvantage? Will it hold us back when we're trying to enhance the digital economy across the Africa region? So to begin, I will go to Immaculate right here and ask, so African countries have realized this enormous potential when it comes to the digital economy, and we are keen on creating new business opportunities, right? So several countries have different data protection laws, and we have definitely expressed the need to harmonize the laws across the African region. But now when you look at an East African point of view, how could we potentially harmonize these African data protection laws while taking into consideration individual fundamental rights when it comes to data privacy?
Thank you, Tess, for the good introduction. I want to acknowledge my colleagues who are online. It's good to see them online and having this conversation. And I think just as an introduction, there's no better way to speak about data protection and also cross-border data transfer than being able to actually have a conversation during this symposium. And you have people across Africa, and they had to somehow share their personal data for them to get the accreditation to be online. Just coming straight to your question, perhaps, what does this, before we come to what does this mean, what does a framework look like? I know when we talk about Africa continent, one of the key issues that perhaps we need to refresh our mind is the Malabo Convention. The fact that the Malabo Convention focusing on how Africa wants to deal with issues around Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection. And of course, then we know that recently the African Union was able to publish the data policy framework in February of this year. And under that framework, it's basically adopting the digital transformation strategy for 2020-2030. And also in addition to that, and of course, in addition to that, I want to say, coming to your question specifically on whether we can ever see harmonization as a continent taking into account individual rights. Let's start from saying there's already efforts towards harmonization. I'm happy Patricia Poko, who is online, the data commissioner for Ghana, is the chair of the Network of African Data Protection Authorities. And essentially, when we had a meeting earlier in the year, the conversation was, what are those common concerns that we are facing as a continent? And then, because when it comes to common concerns, if we harmonize data protection regimes, they may never be 100%, but I know Smart Africa has done an analysis of what are commonalities, what are the common issues in the different African countries as a way to start. With that kind of framework, what that will enable we as a continent is to have a unified way, just like the European Data Protection Board does. They give general guidance for the entire Europe. Having that kind of common approach, it helps us as a continent to approach, one, it puts us at an advantage, so that if we are having a conversation with multinationals, for instance, we are clear from North Africa to South Africa, what are the issues? Two, it gives us an opportunity to negotiate as a continent. Three, we have to remember that this is where development of, most Western countries are looking at in terms of investment. So if we have one of the biggest economy that is likely to grow, it's by our harmonization of data or looking for commonalities is the only way then we can make this continent much easier in terms of doing business. We cannot run away from the fact that there'll always be movement of information from one country to the other. So the conversation around harmonization, which the Network of African Data Protection Authority is leading, is to make sure that we put together those kind of a framework that helps us work better in as far as the continent is concerned. Of course, of most important beyond trade is the rights of a data subject. We then begin to look at business from this continent and putting priority to the rights of the data subject so that they feel protected and they feel that their interests are being taken on board. Thank you, Tess.
Thank you. So thank you very much for those remarks about starting from a place of commonalities in form of how to actually harmonize data protection frameworks across the region. Now we'll be reaching out to Tsitsi, who's online, to answer the next question around, so when we look at African countries are characterized by, you see, each African country has very different digital preparedness. It's very uneven across the countries. And when you even look at the development of the policies and the legislation, this process has mostly happened in silos. And even when it looks like we are adopting more foreign best practices. So how can we as African countries move towards being standard makers rather than being standard takers when it comes to data protection across the region? Tsitsi.
Thank you very much, moderator. And I would like to start by saying that this is a very important conversation point that we need to be candid with ourselves as Africa. And for us to be leaders within the global data privacy issue discourse, there are certain issues, there are certain aspects that we need to have on the continent. For example, the starting point for me is that, do we have the sustained commitment to respect the decisions that we come up with at a regional level? Do we have that sustained commitment to see these decisions followed through? Do we have the sustained commitment to ensure that we deploy the necessary resources to follow through those decisions? And if we want to be honest amongst ourselves as a continent, is that the events post-adoption of the Malabo Convention actually indicate that this sustained commitment has been missing and is still missing since the start of these conversations. Stakeholders have been lamenting the slow pace at which we have adopted the Malabo Convention in terms of ratification. Right now, only 5 countries have actually ratified that convention, and we need about 15 countries to ratify that convention so that it can be enforceable. So when you look at these issues, you actually see that the issue of sustained commitment is missing as a continent, and we can only be global leaders when we respect our own institutions, when we respect our own decisions as a continent, and when so that we follow them through until we have implemented them for the benefit of our continent. So when you look at the issue of sustained commitment, for me, it's a key issue for us to be global leaders when it comes to the discourse around this issue. Then we move on to the issue of technical expertise. You look at the issue that maybe it has taken us these 8 years, because since 2014, after the leaders adopted the Malabo Convention, it has taken us 8 years to actually come up with an harmonized framework or policy framework for the implementation of the Malabo Convention. And it could be an issue of technical expertise as a continent, which is an issue we need to look at, because we can't lead the global negotiations, we can't lead the global discussion as forerunners when we don't have the technical expertise as a continent. So these are issues that we really need to look at. But also when you actually look at the technical expertise development on the continent around data privacy issues, there is really a big challenge in that most of the courses or the training programs are certified outside Africa. They are crafted or framed outside Africa. They are actually framed along the GDPR principles or the GDPR laws. But we need homegrown curriculum. We need homegrown training programs coming from the African continent to address the training needs, because we are different in terms of our development. We are different in terms of our demographics. We are different in terms of our technical skills needs. So when we look at this issue of our technical skill development, we really need to take it upon ourselves. And I'm challenging academic institutions on the continent to actually take this issue very seriously and make sure that Africa develops a homegrown solution to developing the digital skills gap on the continent around data privacy issues. Then when you look at our own institutions on the continent, For example, we are a new a data privacy regulator, the Data Protection Authority of Zimbabwe. Do we have the capacity as an institution to look at global issues or to participate in the global discussions around data privacy issues? And really, you actually, the answer is no, because we haven't taken a deliberate approach to actually upskill or also develop the capacity of these institutions. I am so glad. That's why I'm saying I'm excited, because I am understanding from this conversation that there is a pool of resources that we can run to as new authorities, so that we know exactly how we start the implementation. We find our feet when it comes to regulating around this area. And then I think the issue from the previous panel discussion was around our investment in innovation, research and development. We can't lead the process. We can't lead the discourse when we don't have enough innovation, when we don't have enough research and development. The OECD research actually revealed that less than 1% is actually being targeted towards research and development on the African continent. And we're saying we want to be leaders when it comes to the discourse around digital issues, when we are merely data subjects in this value chain and are not engaging ourselves along the other issues on the value chain in terms of coming up with the technical machines, as well as the tools that are gathering data on our continent. So those are issues that we also need to look at. But most importantly, without a reference document wherein we are harmonizing the penalties, wherein we are harmonizing the issues to do with transfer of data, particularly in the context of Africa Continental Free Trade Area. These are issues that we really need to look at. But most importantly, I was actually amazed at the work that is being done within the PSA framework, also within the African Union continent, but of course at a slow pace, because we also need to hold accountable some of our institutions to ask, why has it taken this long to deal with the policy issues around data privacy issues when they really affect our people? Because we are the data subjects. People are collecting data from our continent, and our citizens are being exposed to all sorts of vulnerabilities within the cyberspace. So for me, I think as PSA, I'm just challenging every stakeholder in this meeting that we need to move beyond the research papers. We need to move beyond the webinars. We need to move beyond all the regional engagements that we do once in a while, and actually have a concerted effort or a systematic body or working group on the African continent that is looking at these data privacy issues and making sure that we identify the issues affecting our people. We research on those issues. We come up with resolutions that we respect, resolutions that we are prepared to implement, resolutions that we deploy resources to, so that we can be able to actually realize the benefits of data privacy legislation on the continent. So I'll end it there for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tsitsi. As she has mentioned, only 5 countries out of the 50 have ratified the Malabo Convention, which is a huge signifier that we are progressing, but at a very slow rate. If you were present during the previous panel discussion, we could see how CIPIT is actually creating homegrown solutions on how to better equip people with, or SMEs and businesses with, abilities to know how they can comply better with the data protection framework. So we need to see how this is being implemented even across different countries to improve this harmonization. Also, the fact that investing in research and development is integral also for our educational institutions. Beyond Strathmore University, how are other universities investing in this research and development so that we can improve this harmonization when we're looking at trade across the Africa region? Now we'll have a question for Stella Alibatese. So as actually Immaculate had mentioned, earlier this year in February 2022, the Africa Union Data Policy Framework was endorsed by the Executive Council. And what this would look like is there needs to be inevitably higher levels of cooperation between the countries in the Africa region so that we can build the necessary capacity to govern data so that it benefits African countries and citizens to enable development. So when we look at this requirement that we need to collaborate even more, how can we reasonably achieve this? Seeing also that progress has been quite slow, what is actually feasible, and what exactly can we do so that we can move to the next stage? Stella.
Thank you very much, Tess. Indeed, the AU data policy framework represents a significant step, as you've indicated. And when you look at its vision, it states that the AU data policy framework envisions the transformative potential of data to empower African countries, improve people's lives, safeguard collective interests, protect digital rights, and drive equitable social, economic development. It recognizes the importance of data in terms for innovation and economic development. It recognizes the need to utilize data for the digital economy or for the creation of a robust digital economy. We should note that this framework covers all data, including non-personal data or personal data. Now, of course, the statistics for the Malabo Convention are very minimal. And I know that many of us who are on this call who are regulators are part of a working group hosted by the AU that is trying to harmonize our adoption, first of all, of the Malabo Convention and issues to do with data localization. Obviously, knowing the fact that the Malabo Convention has been a bit slow in implementation, I believe the AU has improved the way it issues some of these documents. For instance, when you look at the AU data policy framework, which was published recently, in addition to that framework, the AU has provided for a detailed implementation plan. I think one of the biggest issues that we normally have is that, yes, the policy is there, but the recommendations are not clear. The action plans are not well detailed. It makes it difficult for some countries to implement because it means they have to go into this policy, analyze it afresh, develop recommendations and action plans for themselves. So I want to commend the AU. When you look at this, the data policy framework, it has clear recommendations. Wherever they've indicated a principle, they've gone into detail to provide the recommendations and the actions that are expected from the member countries. I believe this will contribute to its implementation and cooperation within the member countries. The second innovation that the AU has put in place is that in addition to the implementation and action plan, which is provided for, they have also developed a capacity assessment tool for countries where countries will do assessments to determine their level of compliance, their level of implementation, and that way develop a baseline upon which countries can then implement the measures that have been recommended. In terms of my own recommendations, I would say use of regional economic communities is very important. Within the African region, we have regional economic communities within the southern countries, within the East African countries, within the West African countries, the North African countries. Let's make use of these bodies that are already working, where people have a better collaboration mechanism. I can give an example within the ESC. Several years back, the Council of Ministers under the EAC passed the Cyber Law Harmonization Framework. And you'll note, for those people in this sector, that all the countries have consistently followed this harmonization framework. We now all have cyber laws. We have Electronic Transactions Acts. We have Electronic Signatures Act. We have Computer Misuse Act. And of course, now all of us are moving on to have data protection laws. And this was informed by that harmonization framework. I recall in 2011, we used to have engagements where annually we would have meetings and report on the country progress in terms of implementing this harmonization framework. And I believe that contributed heavily to our harmonization within the region. So this is something that can also be taken up by the AU. Secondly, or more so, we need to make use of existing networks. Let's not create new working groups. Let's use what is existing. For instance, when my sister Immaculate was speaking, she pointed to the existence of NADPA, which is the Network for African Data Protection Authorities. Let's make use of those networks because they are already available. These countries are already speaking to each other. Let's encourage countries to also join NADPA so that we are able to make use of those existing frameworks to advocate for this policy to be implemented. And that way, we'll be able to cooperate on issues to do with data governance across the continent. I mentioned the need for periodic reporting, which is very critical. Within our own countries and maybe led by the AU, they need to advocate for these frameworks, for instance, the data policy framework, by showing how it fits into country priorities and lobby for inclusion of the action plans in the national development plans for the various countries. I'm using Uganda as an example because for us, every government body, when you're budgeting, you must reference the National Development Plan. For you to get budget, you must be able to show how your activities contribute to the National Development Plan. So we need to have these measures embedded within our planning systems as countries. And when we move together, we'll be able to cooperate on the implementation of this framework. Lastly, there's a need for capacity building or awareness. And this awareness should not only be for the technocrats, this awareness should start from the political leadership because they are the ones that make the decisions. They are the ones that ensure budget is available. Let's also create awareness or build capacity within the civil service, the permanent secretaries, the directors of the various organizations, so that we move at the same level, so that when you stand up to talk about issues to do with data governance, everyone is on board. And lest this awareness and capacity building not be a one-off. It has to be continuous because, as you know, with elections and all, office bearers keep changing. So it has to be periodical, whether every 2 years, so that everyone is on board. And lastly, let's provide resources. These resources may be either technical assistance or even financial assistance to make sure that countries have the resources necessary to be able to implement this policy framework. Otherwise, I think the policy framework is a very, very good step forward. And I hope all of us are embracing it and will implement it in our spheres of influence. Thank you, Tess.
Thank you, Stella, for those remarks. It's very interesting to see that the East Africa community has already begun collaborating on ways to harmonize. And on the point that you mentioned around capacity building with also legislators. I think that is very important because this is a conversation with regulators. Also, civil society have a great role when it comes to this capacity building. Also, resource allocation when it comes to supporting harmonization efforts. These are concerns that regulators should also have when national budgets are being created, so that at the end of the day, we are looking at free trade, digital economy being supported when it comes to the operations of each and every country. So now we will go to Babatunde, and the question here is understanding that the notions of privacy are very contextual, very culturally affected, and so it's very customized, basically. So when we look at the regulatory data protection foundations that African nations have put in place, as I mentioned earlier, we look at it and it's mostly a copy paste, maybe from GDPR or foreign best case examples. So now when we look at this task of harmonizing, how would we be able to harmonize this data protection regime across the countries, knowing this and with the understanding that we want to make it very customized for our cultural context within the region? Babatunde.
All right, thank you so much. We are excited to be here, and as every other speaker that have been speaking in the last, I think maybe 1 hour or so, the idea of privacy is also dear to us. We believe in the position that privacy is fundamental. We have to recognize the fact that even before this whole idea of data processing laws or data protection laws, particularly the comprehensive one we had under the Convention 108 of 1981. We have had the concepts of privacy well defined, articulated in the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which also flows from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights of 1948. So these are principles that are not even granted by the states or by any government. They are there, they are inherent. And therefore, any attempt by any nation to really, or group of nations, to really define how to derogate, as it were, from privacy by way in the area of data processing must, of course, acknowledge this fundamental principle that privacy is inalienable, as it were. Then now coming to the area of harmonization, what is privacy may vary from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, or the type of derogations permitted. This may be as a result of the level of development, the socio-economic conditions, or the political realities of those countries, of those jurisdictions. So in effect, it may be difficult, as it were, and I guess this is part of the reason why we have yet to have a momentum in terms of implementing the Malabo Convention. But interestingly, we have about 2/3 of the AU member states that have, that are moving quite significantly in the direction of data protection. And some of the principles recognized under their frameworks, their local frameworks, are those that are also recognized under the Malabo Convention. So it may just be a form of agreeing to some parts of this Malabo Convention, domesticating them, within your system, and also expressing your own reservation as to what you don't want. But to be able to have a clear definition of concepts for the benefits of interoperability or uniformity of laws, I think it is high time that experts across the jurisdictions, across the African AU member states, are able to see them and look at what is fundamental, what is important to each country or to each region. For instance, within the West Africa, we have the ECOWAS Supplementary Act on Personal Data Protection, which even came before the Malabo Convention. So a level of work has been done in that area. So if we are able to look at West Africa and say, oh, these are the values of the West African countries, whether Anglophone or Francophone countries, and then you go to the Southern Africa area, and then you look at what they have been able to agree upon at the sub-regional level, then and to other parts, Central Africa and all those, then we are able to harmonize some basic. We may not be able to agree on all the on all the principles, on all the concepts, but of course the issue of privacy, we can agree to that extent. And of course, as I said earlier, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights already, and the ICC, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, already provided some level of benchmarks, what to watch out for when we are defining or we are suggesting derogation at the lower level. Within the EU jurisdiction, they have a term they call margins of appreciation that is allowed by member states to go beyond or below, or mostly below what is required. So we can agree on those margins of appreciation or margins of derogation, as the case may be, using about 2-3 tests. For instance, is it proportional? The measures that you want to take to define your privacy or to limit what privacy is. Is it proportional? Is it necessary? And it is provided for in a reason in a law, and of course, what is practicable in a democratic society. Once we have this type of yardsticks, then we'll be able to set a margin for each state that, in coming up with your local laws, at least these are the yardsticks that you need to look at. But as you know, the concept of something that is really reasonable in a democratic society in terms of derogation maybe also be a little difficult to achieve within our own jurisdiction or within our own clime. Why? Because democracy is still at its infancy. But I wouldn't really see this much as a challenge or what we should be too worried about. Why? Because even the advanced jurisdictions or developed markets, they have their own evolutionary stage. I do cite example of a place like the United States that had a declaration way back 1776 that all men are created equal and they are endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights. But we know that it took almost over 150 years thereabouts for an idea as basic as expressing franchise to be a reality for men and women generally, or to have universal suffrage in the United States. And even up till now, you still have some people who still don't believe that these rights should be enjoyed by all. But the bottom line is we are already having critical mass of citizens who are conscious of their rights. And as we begin to, as we continue to push those boundaries from time to time, I believe that the laws or principles and concepts that we have maybe we have agreed upon at this time will yield their results in not too distant future. I think that is one area that I can intervene at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Babatunde. I just want to emphasize the point that also Immaculate mentioned, that also Babatunde emphasized, was it may be complicated to harmonize because of different cultural contexts, different socio-political realities. But what if you start from what are the commonalities that you have amongst the countries? Also, starting from the human rights perspective, if we are looking at the data subjects individually and their human rights, then it would be easier to harmonize what we're trying to achieve here. So my question to Patricia Adusei-Poku is, so as the president of the Network of Africa Data Protection Authorities, what are you actively doing at present to ensure that the correct coordination mechanisms will be established to oversee the transfer of personal data within the continent and to ensure compliance with existing laws and rules governing data and information security? Patricia.
Thank you so much. I've had quite a lot of solid comments from my peers this morning. I'm sure it's afternoon at your end. And I first of all want to respond to some of those and then go on to answer your question, especially the question of harmonization and the establishment of capacity building for the African regional ecosystem. There's a lot going about coordinating our efforts to ensure that we have our own professionals at the regional level in our African ecosystem. We have already in Ghana established a certification that is quite equal, or I dare to say slightly higher than the European one, in the sense that it matches the requirements for the European examination, the CIPPE, plus it gives you that African perspective above that. So once our professionals pass our African certification, they will be able to also pass the international community standard of the European data protection certification. So in saying that, what I'm trying to establish is that Ghana has commenced action on that front, training professionals for the ecosystem. When I took office in 2017 in Ghana, I didn't know of any other data protection practitioner but myself. No one came forward. But now I can gladly inform you that in Ghana, we have trained over 1,000 certified and qualified certified professionals for the Ghana ecosystem that we have placed in the various public sector entities and some large private sector entities. And that is growing. The global skills deficit for data protection professionals continues to be high. The last time I checked, globally, there was a deficit of about 79,000 professionals globally. And in Africa, certainly we have a bigger challenge because we haven't yet harmonized the capacity building of professionals in the ecosystem. And I agree with my sister from Zimbabwe when she says that We can't be enforcing when we haven't built the capacity and raised awareness and trained professionals. But I want to assure her that this has started, and it's good for her to join the NATPA, where we are leading the region in some of these aspects. Now, on to your question, as the leader of the NATPA, we are working with the key bodies in the region to ensure that there's a coordinated effort towards the harmonizing of all the data protection rules and the complementary strategies that are being pushed into the policies that are pushed into the ecosystem, that to ensure that it's aligned, that there's a consistent approach, and that there's a standardization of efforts across board. The African Union has pushed out a lot of documents that are good and valid and worth adopting for this work. We are currently looking at the African data policy from the African Union and looking at how, as NATPA and the other key bodies in the region, we can work together to implement the requirement of that policy. Again, I'm not sure if everyone knows, but there's a Smart Africa, the organization that all the presidents of Africa, many of them have come together to put together so that they will lead the digitization of the continent. Smart Africa has done a lot of work around digitization, digital ID, data protection, and all the effort is towards implementing that digitized ecosystem for the region and to align with the single African market that is being promoted. So in that effort, the NATPA has signed an MOU with the Smart Africa to work together in partnership for enabling appropriate access to data and the continuous safeguarding of personal data in the African ecosystem. We've had many discussions, not just about harmonizing the rules, establishing good data centers in the region so that we can have some sort of regional localization of our data. We also are working towards the establishment of a regional data governance strategy. In fact, Ghana has the flagship for the regional data governance strategy. We've completed the documentation of the terms of reference, and we are now piloting with Senegal the implementation of the national strategy that sits with the regional one. Again, we are looking at the regional artificial intelligence policy that some other country has the flagship, but Ghana is documenting our national AI strategy. Ghana is also in conjunction with Uganda is working on the ethical use of AI policy for the region. We are the case study nations implementing the ethical use of AI. So in terms of advancing technology, we are beginning to strategize as a region how we enable appropriate use of advanced technology in the effort to continuously safeguard personal data. That currently has become a big challenge because when we look at the advancement of technology, it has gone beyond just AI or deep machine learning. And last week, those of us that went to the Global Assembly, thankfully our sister Immaculate was there and some other members of the NATPA were also there, where in the global community, we had demonstrations from some multinationals such as Microsoft, Meta, and other bodies that are now using advanced technology to do great things. And it's really obviously interesting to see how technology is being used to manipulate data, to aggregate information for decision making with the objective of being efficient and effective in business. However, as regulators, our concern is how do we continuously manage the safeguarding of personal data in this whole ecosystem. We saw technologies and softwares managing privacy and privacy enhancing technologies from Microsoft, from Meta. Meta demonstrated a lot the use of the metaverse. And so you see that the use of technology has a lot of impact on the management and regulatory efforts that we are making. We need, as regulators in this current age, to wake up and to join efforts and not to be the traditional regulator that sits for things to go wrong before we take action. We are now looking at opportunities to be proactive in the way we regulate the ecosystem, putting ourselves in the space where active data accessing is happening, using and processing data in various advanced forms is happening, and see how as regulators we can be in this ecosystem and remaining relevant. Because what I see happening is without our coordinated efforts or joint collaborative effort from regulators, we are going to quickly be irrelevant in our own spaces or acting in silos and not communicating or connecting with each other, becoming relevant. So the NACPA, this coming week is the executive of the NACPA is meeting again to look at our strategy and some of the efforts we are making in the regional ecosystem to advance our cause and to have a way of being relevant in the ecosystem, advancing our strategies to align with the advancing technology. We are looking at how we can effect the harmonized rules that has been already completed by Smart Africa and some of our peers. This is some of the key critical discussions that we're going to be having. How do we apply or implement the requirements of a harmonized system, and what benefit can we achieve for our members in the economies of scale in terms of how we deliver a regional mandate rather than an individual country's thinking and perspective on a regional data protection policy. Some of the challenges we are dealing with in Africa is this lack of collaboration with our bodies. As we are working with Smart Africa on the harmonized rules, African Union is also working on another set of harmonized rules, and we know yet another group will pick up trying to address these harmonized rules. So NACPA is now pulling all of these groups together, having a coordinated effort with them, getting AUC to work with South Africa and work with other bodies in the region. We want our civil societies to connect with each other. We want professionals in the ecosystem to be able to work with each other. Every level of our regulatory mandate, we want connection and networks to happen. To ensure that there's proper communication at the professional level and also at the policy level. There's also an interministerial group where our ministers of parliament we were hoping to connect them, and my sister minister in Tanzania is really leading this, bringing ministers of parliament, ministers of communication and digitalization together to think through how we work collaboratively with the continent at heart, rather than at a national level only. This way, we will quickly have a unified front in delivering and addressing the challenges of our African ecosystem, especially the key specific areas where we differ so greatly from the global north, our challenges around internet connectivity, the language barriers, people's understanding of technology and access to appropriate technology, innovations and all that is a bit behind that of the global north. We are beginning to have discussions with the relevant groups. I sit now on the Committee of African Regulators, so beyond data protection, we're looking at other peer regulators and what they are doing that complements our work as data protection professionals, that we can coordinate the efforts around to make sure that very soon there's effective communication and decision making that protects the data subjects in our regional ecosystem. I know that our agenda is quite huge from a spectator's point of view, observing Africa and its challenges and how we will get it. But I think this is about the coalition of the willing. And if we are all willing to put our heads together and be in sync with each other to discuss the challenges, how we overcome them, everything is possible, and I believe it's achievable. Those countries that have passed the data protection law and are not yet on board the NACPA, we encourage to come and be members of the NACPA. I just shared the NACPA contact with my sister from Zimbabwe in the chat. I hope she picks it up and makes contact with me so we can quickly onboard Zimbabwe into the NACPA. So very soon we will have all the 31 countries that have passed their laws into the NACPA and be stronger together, working together, thinking together to make progress. Ghana is connected to Smart Africa. And Smart Africa recently launched their Smart Africa Academy in Ghana. We will test the use of our tools and resources in that ecosystem and make sure that we are able to replicate the learnings to the rest of the NASPA members. I know it's slow up and coming. There's people who have put their intellectual capital in this space, and we want to consult them and involve them in the ability to share this knowledge across the region. We are also looking at enabling the academia to be involved in the introduction of modules in key courses, technology courses, information management and governance courses, to ensure that the up and coming generation is also getting the relevant education that will allow them to be savvy about the access and use of data and see data protection as a worthwhile career path to take on in the coming years. We are working in Ghana with our University of Ghana, the main university, to commence the introduction of modules into the legal training, the legal practitioners courses. And with another university in another region in Ghana, we're looking at enabling technology students to also learn about data protection. Once we have got these up and running and getting some learning out of that, we will also work to share with our peer regulators across the region so that we are slowly but steadily, progressively introducing this in the relevant spaces in the regional ecosystem, whilst we at the NATPA level will standardize the approach to delivery, approach to regulating, and have that cohesive, the collaborative front that shows that we are standardizing our approach to managing data protection for the region. And for us, it's very possible, I would like to say, because unlike the global north, where it's taking 20 years of trying and testing, we are going to learn from what they have done, their established ecosystem, standardized practice and best practice, adopt those and then use them in our ecosystem where we have a greenfield implementation in most places where these are yet to be introduced or being newly introduced, to make sure that we start well, establish firmly, and then progress steadily ahead. So this is my piece. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patricia. As you've heard, she's emphasized a lot of the collaboration aspect across the region. It's great to hear that there's someone who's championing and pushing countries to do more together rather than focusing on your national objectives. So the last question to the panelists will be to Mrs. Judisha Madhu, so we're seeing how we're trying to harmonize data protection frameworks in Africa, but how do we do this when there are some countries that are attempting to enact policies that allow for broader surveillance capacities that run counter to what we're trying to achieve with data privacy interests?
Absolutely. Thank you for this question. I think we cannot have harmonization as we would want harmonization to be if we have surveillance policies which are really impacting on privacy, and not only on privacy, but on other fundamental human rights, such as freedom of expression. We all, acknowledge, that privacy, all, fundamental constitutional human rights are not absolute, and there are, derogations for these, including national security for the greater public good. We do appreciate that, and we're not questioning, these very established principles regarding derogations from fundamental human rights. But data protection harmonization definitely is threatened by overly broad national security, surveillance, governmental policies and technologies that are being developed in the market right now, which absolutely go against legitimate surveillance and legal surveillance. We have so many, AI-oriented as well technology, where there is a complete erosion of privacy, just to take the right to privacy in these technologies. So the problem is not only at the level of government, the problem is also at the level of the market, the industry. What is the industry doing, and what are governments doing to curtail the negative effects of such broad surveillance potentials to be able to say that we are indeed militating in favor of data protection rights? There is no harmonization in essence if there is no political will to achieve data protection in its very essential principles. And as we rightly pointed out in many studies across Africa, we say that on paper, everything looks beautiful because we have laws which are protecting data protection. In many countries we do, in some countries we don't. But in those countries where we do, including Mauritius, we have many laws on privacy and also interception and illegal surveillance activities. But to really come to the point of this debate is how far have we achieved legal certainty in surveillance policies and laws that we have developed. Let me now take the example of Mauritius, what at our level, our Data Protection Act, we tried to do. We actually made sure that we have provisions in the Data Protection Act which can really provoke a right equilibrium and balance between protection of personal information and surveillance laws. Because everything in the Data Protection Act, for example, we have Section 34, which relates to data protection impact assessment. And in that provision, it is clearly stipulated that for publicly viewed areas, on large scale, that is surveillance, we need to do a data protection impact assessment because there is a high risk being involved to the privacy rights of people. So in our context, if a data protection impact assessment is not carried out in this particular scenario relating to surveillance, then a criminal offense under the Data Protection Act is being triggered. And the controller or even the processor will be liable for prosecution before our intermediate court here. So you see, it's quite serious in terms of impact. So how do we achieve harmonization across Africa in terms of curtailing surveillance is putting in our data protection laws sufficient guarantees against abusive and illegal surveillance. And one of these aspects is data protection impact assessment, as I mentioned, also internationally reflected in the GDPR as well, and in Convention 108, and other important international documents, possibly in Africa as well. Second point in our Data Protection Act is about any such activity being done, you need prior authorization and consultation from our office to be able to achieve surveillance in this particular aspect. So where there are high risks involved to the rights of data subjects, that is in this particular scenario, surveillance, you need to consult the Data Protection Office. I think this is a very important safeguard that we have in our law. That is, we are given this power to be able to monitor whether surveillance is lawful, necessary, proportional, legitimate in these circumstances. Definitely, we do have other, exceptions in the law, for example, from a constitutional perspective, okay, let's say the right to privacy is constitutionally protected and you have certain safeguards in the Constitution, this means to say that you have constitutional redress. Anyone who is affected by a government adopting a law on surveillance which doesn't fit the constitutional perspective has to be questioned in court, right? And we have constitutional redress on this, and we, in Mauritius as well, we do have certain judgments on our MNIC, Mauritius National Identity Card, with regard to surveillance as well. And it went to the Supreme Court and now to the Human Rights Committee, where the state of Mauritius is being called upon to bring more safeguards in its national identity card system to protect the rights, the privacy rights of people. This is just an example. So you see, constitutional redress is very important in this context. And I will also go to what my office has been doing. We have published a guide on the implications of national security and privacy, where we educate controllers and processors who are involved in national security projects, surveillance activities, how to tackle privacy and how to implement the right safeguards in their technologies or in their practices, in their organizations, policies, to be able to meet the requirements of the Data Protection Act. And I would also like to say that all other laws that we have in Mauritius right now relating to surveillance, actually we do not have laws which allow surveillance of people, okay, except for national security, defense, and public safety. For example, telephone tapping is illegal in all circumstances. To be able to intercept, you need a judge's order in all circumstances. So there are no specific restrictions or exceptions that are allowed in specific areas, but broadly speaking, constitutional derogations, as I mentioned, public safety, public national security, etc. So we apply it on the broad scale, which means to say that we do not piecemeal introduce laws which address or target specific surveillance issues and which will bring abuse, which will lead to very negative conclusions for the fundamental rights of people. And I have many cases at my office where we have investigated and given decisions on surveillance being done through GPS, cameras, smart city, safe city cameras as well. And also we have produced a code of practice for the police force to be able to operate safe city cameras across Mauritius. I have given you some very important, examples in practice as to how the regulator tackles, surveillance. And I think harmonization goes for the practice of what the regulator does in its jurisdiction to be able to showcase to other parts of Africa what is being done and be taken as an example so as not to repeat mistakes that have been done in other places, in other jurisdictions. Thank you. I will stop here. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Judisha. So we can see that, yes, we want to protect national security, but it is possible to balance that with data protection. So now that we've finished the initial questions to the panelists, we will now open up for the attendees to ask any questions. So maybe we can have someone going around collecting questions.
So as you think of the question, we could start with the online question. We have one from James Mbugwa. If you look at the EU, it is unable to make standalone human rights laws. Instead, it must base its laws on a specific provision under the Treaty of Rome, which is why the GDPR was set up as a harmonization measure under the internal market provisions. which require the abolition of obstacles to the free movement of goods, persons, services, and capital. And because the free movement of such assets can take place without the free movement of personal data. Can we also in Africa think of using the internal market objective of AFCFTA to harmonize our data protection laws to facilitate trade in the relevant areas rather than try to merge disparate laws? You could tackle that, then we take 2 questions from the crowd and we call it a day.
Does the person want every panelist to answer the question?
Yes, you could, each one of you could time on a bit of it.
Maybe you read the last part of the question where.
So the last bit is, can we also in Africa think of using the internal market objective of AFCFTA to harmonize our data protection laws to facilitate trade in the relevant areas rather than try to merge disparate laws?
Okay, maybe you can start with Immaculate.
Thank you, James, for that question. I think when I made my initial introduction, I talked about the African Trade Agreement, and it may not be possible to merge, and I don't think that's the aim. The aim is not to merge the laws, because already we are implementing laws in different ways. I think the issue is to try and identify what are the commonalities. And some of the conversation has been spoken very well by my fellow panelists from the different African countries, is some of the initiatives like what you have talked about, the regional network for the African Data Protection Authority, to try and actually then begin working towards having a commonality. And we are totally cognizant of the reason why we need to move that way is to make movement of goods and information across the African continent. So it's possible. We may not even need that kind of guidance like has happened elsewhere. It's the will, and some of my panelists have already spoken about it, is the political will to see us around the table and for us to begin working towards that common agenda as a bloc. Yeah, whether it's the African Union, whether it's the Network for African Data Protection Authority, whether it's the regional blocs, there is clarity. And the issue then is commitment to the next level so that we move from speaking to action.
I think Immaculate has outlined it so well that we don't want the panelists to repeat it. So do we have anyone on the floor who would have a question for any specific regulator or to all the panelists?
Maybe it's lunchtime, you know?
Yeah, maybe people are tired.
The sugar levels.
So I think going once, going twice, any burning question? So I think we're done. So you'll just give us the a few closing remarks, each of you. Okay. Then we go to the next session.
Okay. Thank you for the one question from the online attendees. So I will give the panelists maybe just 2 to 5 minutes each to give your closing remarks about how you're working even based on your reality to bring in harmonization, collaboration, as we pointed out, the importance of working together beyond our national goals, even having the political will, how are we easing the collaboration across the barriers without really the need to merge, but to see the commonalities. So maybe we can start with Stella, we'll go to Tsitsi, Patricia, Babatunde, then Judesha, then end with Immaculate. So maybe we start with Stella.
Thank you very much, Tess. I want to thank Unwanted Witness for this forum. I believe we need to continue talking. Immaculate did state what is actually happening. This discussion for harmonization is going on. We won't have a merging of our laws, but we'll have a harmonized manner in which we deal with data protection across the continent. I'm very grateful for my fellow panelists. Many of them are people I know. Let's keep these conversations going. And congratulations to the Kenyan Data Protection Authority for hosting Unwanted Witness and for a wonderful fourth symposium.
We'll go to Tsitsi next.
Thank you, moderator. This has been a very insightful conversation for me. Like I indicated that we are a new kid on the block in relation to regulation around data privacy on the continent. And I'm really grateful that I'm seeing that we will not be alone on this journey. We have a lot of resources around us. We have people who are already working in the field who can actually assist us to move forward as we start on this journey as a data protection authority. But just to emphasize the issue of collaboration, which colleagues have indicated, it's critical that we deepen this collaboration and make sure that we keep talking, not make it an annual event, but something that we do constantly so that we sustain that political commitment, we sustain the institutional commitment, we sustain the commitment of everyone on the continent to ensure that the citizens' data and personal information is actually protected. But I would also want to indicate that while we have having this discussion around the fact that we may not necessarily need to have similar laws, but work towards areas where we can harmonize, I still feel that we need to have an accountability mechanism that as data protection authorities or as the African Union, as countries, we need an accountability framework. At what stage are we going to hold ourselves accountable for implementing a framework around digital rights protection of the citizens of the African continent? Thank you very much for the opportunity and for all the organizers and the fellow panelists who did an exceptional job in terms of raising the key issues on the continent around this issue. And like for me, this has been the perfect induction on the subject as well as in the field of regulating data protection issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tsitsi. Can we have Patricia next?
Yes, so I also am very pleased to have had the opportunity to connect with my peers once again to discuss issues concerning the region. I think that we have raised very pertinent issues, both for our own consideration and for our thoughts and for future discussions amongst ourselves as to how we connect and to address the issues for all of us. I'm very also excited to know that whenever we connect to discuss data protection relations, we all related matters, we all learn from each other something new that we must consider and to look at and to work on in the effort to get. And we have accepted, like Immaculate and Stella have highlighted, and even from Judisha, she highlighted that total harmonization may not happen yet or in the very near future, but at least we are looking for these areas of critical concern and common areas, and also looking at the exceptions and how we address them locally. And in the effort, at least having this discussion is the most important thing. And I'm very glad that I had the opportunity again to join you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patricia. Could we have Babatunde next?
Well, thank you, Tess. Thank you to our panelists, co-panelists. We are excited to be with you from Nigeria, and to the participants, we thank you for listening all this while. And from us, our sincere belief is that harmonization is inevitable. Nonetheless, for us to achieve that, we must be able to achieve adequacy at the level of our own countries first. It is very important. Why? Because we may not be able to come together if the internal contradictions of our own countries are, militating against those harmonization that we require. And happily also the solution to whatever contradiction, to whatever challenges that we have, the level of our countries, the solution is still data. And then we are the regulators of data. So we really don't have so much excuses to give, except that to use what is in our disposal, the resources at our disposal, to achieve the goal of maybe a unified data governance framework for Africa. And on this, I will also like to recommend the entire Prince recommendations that in terms of what countries need to do to achieve this, we need to have developing a common understanding about definitions of key data related concepts, establishing terms of access to data, strengthening the measurements of the value of data, cross-border data flows, and and so on and so forth. But particularly, I think it was Stella that mentioned something along tying data to development, something really critical, because for the mass of our people, you could still be asking the question, what is this privacy all about? What is this protection all about? But at the end of the day, if we are able to tie it to something tangible in our daily lives, I think it will make more meaning, and then, of course, we can make the progress that we so desire. So once again, we thank you very much, and we look forward to working with you on any other area of collaboration that would be useful to the continent as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Babatunde. Could we have Judisha next?
Yes, you can hear me properly, right? Okay, sorry. Yes, I think I would like to conclude again by saying thank you to my colleagues, the other panelists, to the organizers as well. I think it's been a very good session today. And I would also like to say that with regard to harmonization is indeed what the African Union is doing right now together with other relevant stakeholders, in the field. I think the time has come for us now to see how the African Union, in collaboration with all African regulators, they are going to implement the Continental Data Policy Framework. It's a very good framework, and lots of efforts have been done in the production of this document, including myself, my own contribution, and many other regulators as well. So I think now the time has come for us to appreciate the fruits of our efforts and see how, the recommendations that are contained in the framework are going to see the light. So I'm very excited and very anxious as well to see how we're going to be able to meet these requirements. But definitely harmonization is a very lengthy process, and we're going to have difficulties, that's for sure. But still, we are going to see also the positive effects of working together and bringing what we can, as good as we can, as best as we can bring the achieved results through required collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Judisha. And last but not least, Immaculate.
Thank you, Jess. I want to associate myself with the comments made by my fellow panelists, and also to add that as a country, towards harmonization, what we have done is also, because you have to learn from other countries. What we have done also is to ensure we have joined the different networks, the NADPA, the Commonwealth Thread Trend, and also recently the General Privacy Assembly, all as part of listening in terms of what is happening globally, so that we also and within the continent, we are not left behind. Towards harmonization also, as a country, the Kenya is very cognizant of the fact that to move to refrog the economy in terms of a digital e-commerce, data protection becomes a vital role. And that talks to the issue of political will. There is a lot of political will in the country, and even His Excellency has set aside one of the ministries is on digital economy, and that's a key commitment from the Kenya perspective. Thirdly, I think it calls upon us as different data protection authorities, even as we commit to it's something that we now need to put I'm looking for, we need to put our resources global. For instance, NADPA, they would want, when we talk about accountability, some of the accountability things we can do is resource that institution, so that if we are having annual reporting and working groups, technical working groups, people are able to report on what they have done. Even at the African Union level, what have you done? And I think it's something that my fellow data protection authorities have said. Beyond that, at an institutional level, I think time has come for us to start reflecting on, if this is going to become a reality, then we must assign a specific role to internally as data protection authorities to a specific person for liaising in matters of data protection at a regional level. It's the only way when it becomes a performance contracting issue at the institution, then you know every time you're reminded that this is something that you need to do on a very regular basis. So when we commit that, we commit resources, we commit individuals, we continue this conversation and make sure that some of the frameworks that are coming out, like the African Union Data Protection Framework, we begin to then become accountable. We then don't speak about it, we do something about it. Allow me to end there and to also thank Unwanted Witness and CPET for hosting this and having us on this panel and many others. We are happy as Kenya to have been part of this process, and we do hope that next time we will have an opportunity to also host in other countries, so that other data protection authorities have an opportunity to also have this in their respective country. Thank you.
Thank you, Immaculate. Thank you very much to the panelists, Immaculate, Tsitsi, Stella, Patricia, Babatunde, and Judisha. It's not often that we get to have an inside look of what regulators are doing. So this was a very lovely situation or experience for each one of us. We also would like to further on the accountability part, because as regulators, sometimes maybe you can be very focused on what you're doing, but we are the ones in the room who keep them accountable by the questions that we are asking them, and to see also the countries that are not really implementing data protection laws to also join in, so that we can actually be the ones that we are setting the standards that we're talking about, and not merely adopting the standards when it comes to data protection. So thank you very much to our online attendees as well as you in the room. I will now leave it for the MC to take it to the next stage of the calendar.
Thank you so much. Better round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. You could clearly hear their insights, and really appreciate you for your time and having all our panelists online. Thank you for dialing in early and for the insightful discussion. Thank you so much. So at this point, I was initially supposed to release you guys, but we have decided that we'll give you an afternoon free. So we'll go for a late lunch a bit later. So we are just doing two things at the moment. We'll do a five-minute presentation of the privacy scorecard. Then we'll follow it up with the launch of the scorecard. Then we are done. Then we'll close the symposium. So please bear with us. I know sugar levels are down, but we can definitely manage. So I'd like at this particular time to just lay down what this entails in terms of what we are going to launch in a few minutes. So basically this is a journey, and this based, because you see I'm reading from the actual document. So it stems from the 2021 privacy scorecard that was done last year in the event that we had last year. And what came up are the things that we are looking at. And the Privacy 2021 scorecard assessed the performance of the following sectors: that social sector, e-commerce, financial sector, telecom, government, and there were indicators for the same. The indicators were practicing robust data security, compliance with privacy-based practice, disclosure, and quite a lot. So it's a laid down procedure on how the things are laid out. And the next speaker who will be coming up shortly will tell us more on what is expected in this particular forum, what is interested in it, and what it does. So feel free, we still have a few minutes to go through this and take it to the next level. So allow me to, at this point, welcome a lady who's an advocate of the High Court of Kenya and a research associate at the Center for Intellectual Property and Information Technology at Strathmore University. Her research areas include data governance, data protection, policy, digital rights, artificial intelligence, and the intersection of technology and human rights. Her current research projects relates to AI policy in Africa, all in the judiciary, the role of NCOs in data governance, and the influence of international data protection framework on Africa data protection laws. She has experience post-admission, and her interest in the section of rights with technology. She's also a social impact enthusiast and a member of Vitabu Vietu Foundation. She will give us remarks and a brief presentation on what we are going to launch in the next few minutes, and kindly bear with us as we welcome the next presenter for this session, Madam Florence Anyango Ogonjo.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's almost lunchtime, so I'm going to be very brief and very fast so that you can all have an opportunity to go for lunch and do your networking and smoothing and, you know, get to know each other a little bit better. So first, I'd like to thank all of you for being here today. The turnout today has been great. So thank you so much for being here up until now. My task today is to give you a brief summary of the 2020 Privacy Scorecard. And just to take you through what has been a labor of love, so to speak, from both our teams, from CIPIT and from Unwanted Witness. So I'll just do a brief background and then we'll go through what the Privacy Scorecard entails in summary. But once the Privacy Scorecard has been launched, you can have a look at it and it'll give you a bit of a more detailed view of what exactly is in the scorecard. So to begin with, of course, as our MC has very adequately mentioned, is the fact that the scorecard stems from the very first one that was done last year, which was looking at the privacy compliance of companies in different sectors. So the 2021 covered a couple of sectors: financial services, telecommunications, the government. It covered quite a huge scope. And the scorecard is actually available on the Unwanted Witness website. So you can have a look at it just to look at the scope of what it covered. So with the 2020 Privacy Scorecard, what it ended up looking at was companies now in Kenya and Uganda. So the 2021 looked at Uganda solely. The 2022 one looks at Uganda and Kenya. So in trying to come up with this scorecard and to look at how companies are doing in terms of compliance, primarily also because we have new data protection laws. I know we enacted them around 2019, 2020. They're still quite in the inception stages in terms of implementation, especially. So with that, since they're quite new, we decided to look at how companies are doing in terms of their compliance with privacy laws and privacy practices and what exactly is within the laws. So the scorecard was basically based on a need to evaluate the level of data protection compliance. So it was based on the infancy of our legislation, which was also followed up by the fact that Uganda also enacted its in 2021. So the scorecard evaluates corporate privacy policies, practices against internationally accepted standards and national laws and principles. And also the report will end up highlighting data protection performance of 3 selected sectors. So in looking at our evaluation of privacy compliance, we decided to stick to 3 core sectors who are the biggest data processors and data users. So that's telecommunications, e-commerce, and the financial services sector. So we found that those 3 core sectors are the ones that end up using a lot of data from different people just for access to services, because of course, you cannot communicate if you're not subscribed to a telecommunication service. You cannot move money, you cannot transact if you're not within a specific financial services. And right now, online sale, online buying is also a big thing. So that's e-commerce. So a lot of what we do in terms of purchasing, in terms of consumers, is also online. So they are the biggest data processors at the moment. So we looked at those 3 distinctive sectors, and we looked at selectively 2 companies within each of those sectors to evaluate their privacy policies and see where they are in terms of compliance. So in looking at those 2 companies, we specifically focused on the companies that had the largest share, the largest market share within the 2 respective countries. And then we also focused on one that was probably mid-tier or quite low, just to see how they are in terms of compliance. So we looked at specifically their privacy policies. Their privacy policies were evaluated against 5 core parameters that we looked at. So the first one was existence of a public, published, noticeable, and readable privacy policy. The next one, we assessed the privacy policy in terms of what they have in terms of informed consent. Then we looked at the privacy policies in terms of what they have in terms of data collection, third-party data sharing, data security, and accountability. Then we looked at what their practices were in terms of general security. Then we looked at accountability. So within those 5 parameters, the privacy policies were assessed. So the companies evaluated again were telecommunications, finance, and e-commerce sectors. Quantitative methods were used to score and rate performance of the sectors and the overall performance of each country before making the necessary deductions and recommendations, which I will go through. So I will start with the findings from Kenya. So overall compliance based on the 5 parameters that I've just talked about. For when I say overall compliance for all the sectors, I mean across the board. That's finance, e-commerce, and telecommunications. So across the board in terms of having a public, published, readable privacy policy, we are at 75%, which is not bad at all. Then we have informed consent, which is at 67%. Then we have data collection and third-party data transfer at 63% in terms of compliance. Then we have 61% for data security, and we have 0% for accountability. So you'll notice something keen with accountability across the board for Kenya and Uganda. You'll notice it's at 0%. I will explain why it is at 0%. So for Kenya, the first sector we looked at is e-commerce. So I hope you can sort of see the presentation or the scores. If you cannot see, it's okay. I will still read them to you. So for e-commerce, we have, again, for a public, published, readable privacy policy, we have 75%. For informed consent, it's at 81%. For data collection and third-party data transfer, we have it at 63% compliance. And for data security, we have 50% for compliance. Then accountability, again, is 0%. For the telecommunications sector, I'm pretty sure you know which telecommunication companies are at the top there. So we have, for, again, public, publishable, noticeable, and readable at 70%. Informed consent is at 30%, data collection and third-party data transfer is at 75%, data security is at 22%, accountability, again, is 0%. Again, like I'll mention again, you'll notice across the board, accountability is 0%. So for financial services, again, for public, publishable, noticeable, and readable, we have it at 75%. For informed consent, we have it at 70%. Data collection and third-party data transfer, we have it at 50%, which also goes with data security at 50%. Again, accountability, 0%. I will explain why. So those are the overall findings for Kenya. So when we come to Uganda, We have, again, overall compliance for all the sectors. So that means e-commerce, financial services, and telecommunications. When you look at them all around, this is what they have in terms of compliance. So we have, again, for public, publishable, noticeable, and readable, we have it at 70.8%. Informed consent, we have it at 66.7%. And data collection, third-party data transfer at 41.7%. Data security at 38.9%. Accountability is at 0%. So findings for Uganda in terms of the telecommunication companies that we evaluated, and specifically an evaluation of their privacy policies. Again, for public, publishable, and readable, we have it at 62.5%. Informed consent is at 25%. Data collection and third-party data transfer is at 37.5%. Data security is at 16.7% and 0% again for accountability. Moving on to the e-commerce sector, for publishable, noticeable, and readable privacy policy, we have 75%. For informed consent within the privacy policy, we have it at 93.8%. For data collection and third-party data transfer, we have it at 62.5%. Then data security, we have it at 16.7%, and accountability again 0%. For the financial sector, we have public, publishable, noticeable, readable privacy policy, 75%. Informed consent, 81.3% in terms of compliance. For data collection and third-party data transfer, 50%. And data security, in Uganda, clearly you can see they're doing well in terms of their data security. It's at 83.3%. Again, for accountability across the board, it's 0%. So when I say for something that's public, publishable, noticeable, and readable, that's in terms of the privacy policy. I don't know how many of you look at privacy policies whenever you go to the websites of specific companies. Do any of you pay attention to those? Just by a quick show of hands, how many of you actually do read the privacy policies? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, congratulations to the 14 of you. However, the rest of you, I think you need to step it up a bit and look at the actual privacy policies, because I'm pretty sure all of you are subscribed to a telecommunication service for sure. You're also subscribed to a bank for sure. Also, I'm pretty sure you've bought something from Jumia, especially in November. So that means today's Friday, it's Black Friday. So the sales are, they're up there, and I'm pretty sure you will buy a couple of things from Jumia within the course of November. So look at the privacy policies, just figure out what they're doing with your data and whatever data you're giving them, because I'm sure it's a lot. It's your name, number, location, because things have to be delivered, of course. It's all those things. So congratulations to the 14 of you, but for the remaining of you, you might want to work on it just a little bit. Yeah. So when I say public, publishable, and readable, that is in terms of the privacy policy. We note that the privacy policy exists within their websites, and you can read it. It's easily noticeable. In terms of informed consent within the privacy policy, what we're looking at is how do they get your consent when you're giving this information? How are you able to opt in and also opt out of this said consent, or is it just standard? Or are you even aware that you're supposed to consent to giving your data? Are you aware of that? So that's what we look at in terms of informed consent. In terms of data collection and third-party data transfer, it's, once you pop onto our website, you've given your information, you've bought a few things. Let's give an example of maybe within e-commerce, and then all of a sudden you receive promotional messages and a bunch of other things. What happens to your data? Clearly, your data is not only being used by the company that you have accessed, it's being used by a myriad of other companies. Similar to also your telecommunication companies, you find that from time to time you get random texts, which sometimes you can't opt out of them. They just keep coming and coming and coming, of advertisements and other things. So when we look at data collection and third-party data transfer, that's what we're referring to. Who else are they sharing your data with? When you look at data security, we're looking at it in terms of the data security of the specific websites. How secure are they when you are accessing them as a customer, as a consumer? How secure are they? So now we come to accountability, which is at 0% across the board. So when we were looking at accountability for these specific sectors, what we were trying to find is whether they have a transparency report for each of these companies for the year in review. So basically a transparency report is just a report that gives you details of how a company is handling your data, how they have a specific parameters on and mitigation measures for maybe data breaches, and how they're specifically handling data security, like what measures do they have in place, leave alone the one where you usually read, you're told we have put in place all necessary measures to protect your data. What is encompassed within the all necessary measures? What are the technical aspects of it? So that's what we are looking at. So that's what entails in a transparency report. And we noted that across the board, Kenya, Uganda, within all the 3 sectors, no one has published a transparency report. So that's what I mean in terms of a transparency, and that's why it's at 0%. No one has published a transparency report at any given time. So when we're looking now at Kenya and Uganda in terms of the privacy scorecard and a basic comparison of them, we know that overall compliance of Kenya stood at 47.7%, with Uganda closely following at 43.6%, which is an indication that a lot has actually been done to ensure privacy policies adhere to the legally acceptable parameters of personal data protection. However, this could be further achieved if they take a more keener legal obligation rather than it being a matter of just a by the way, because privacy policies have existed within these websites even way before we had the Data Protection Act. So what it tells you, it's more a matter of practice, but not informed practice. They do it because it needs to be done, because it needs to be there, because it's probably the standards for what needs to be on specific websites, but it's not necessarily done with the consumer in mind, in terms of you knowing what they actually do with your data, in terms of you having the knowledge to just be able to decipher these people, this is what they're doing with my data, this is the information they collect, this is the information they shouldn't collect, these are the rights that I have, this is how I can approach them in the event that I do want my data processed in a specific way by them. So that's what we found in terms of both Kenya and Uganda. Also, we have that overall the fact that Kenya scored 49% in the financial services sector, with Uganda scoring 57.9%. So Uganda has a little bit of a upper hand, or rather higher hand when it comes to that, which is slightly better performance for Uganda, which could be partly explained by the fact that the methodological differences from Uganda and the sample size were from only the tier 1, the biggest banking financial services. So for Kenya, we did tier 1 and tier 2, which is highest market share, then sort of mid-tier market share. For Uganda, they specifically focused on both banks being the highest market share. So again, overall performance for e-commerce sector, and Kenya stood at 53.8%, Uganda stood at 49.6%. Kenya is slightly a bit higher. The performance is indicative of a situation that is not much different from the 2 countries in that they're trying, but a lot more can be done, of course, because for Uganda, you can see it's at 49.6, which is slightly below average. To get to average, it would just need like a 0.4 more. For Kenya, it's slightly above average, which means it's there, but it's not perfect. It can always be improved upon. So for the telecommunications sector, we had the lowest scores in both Kenya, which is at 9.4%, and Uganda at 29.2%. So this is a bit concerning for telecommunications, because again, you'll note that telecommunication companies process possibly the highest personal data of people, because all of us have mobile phones. I'm sure all of us are subscribed to certain services within our telecommunication companies that we're subscribed to. So for Kenya and Uganda, it's a bit concerning given the large volume of data that they collect, of course, with the second lowest parameter scores after accountability indicator, where all sectors in countries stood at 0%. So the thing about the transparency report, I don't think it's a matter of omission. It's more a matter of not knowing that they're required to do this. Because if, for example, like let's say Kenya, Uganda, in the EU, transparency reports are not a thing of, they're not new. These are things that they're required to do annually. So they know that it exists. So even if you check, you'll find that Google has its own transparency report. You'll find Twitter has its own transparency report. You'll find most of the companies in the West, they publish annual transparency reports. So the difference comes in within, we look at it within an East African context and then a Kenyan context. So we look at it in terms of that. So why do we not have provisions that require us or require companies to have like annual publishing of transparency reports? Because at this point, if it's not made a policy or a law, they're not necessarily going to do it. So having looked at all the percentages that we've looked at and the evaluation, there's a few recommendations we came up with. They're just basic recommendations, they're general recommendations that all sectors can look at, but also within the actual privacy scorecard, you'll notice that there are sectoral recommendations that have been given. So I'll just briefly go through one or two of the recommendations. One of the recommendations we made was that companies should be mandated by law to adopt privacy policies that conform to data protection legal frameworks. And this could call for amendments of existing privacy policies to ensure proper compliance with that. one of the other recommendations we made was that data transfers to third parties must be mentioned in the privacy policies to ensure that the data transferred between the company and a third party where the transfer is necessary is secure, and that data subjects are fully informed of the purpose and parameters within which their data is being collected, and that it's clearly explained. So last but not least, from this entire exercise that we did with Unwanted Witness, CPIT and Unwanted Witness, to the matrix that we use, we came up with a privacy policy matrix, which is basically just an online tool that helps you assess where privacy policies are at in terms of compliance. So the privacy policy matrix is more or less like a traffic light. So it just has specific parameters that are highlighted where you are able to say yes or no, yes or no, yes or no. Then there's a scoring for it, which will help you now read where it is at. Is it red? Is it yellow? Is it green? So once you go through the matrix and you find that maybe, for example, the number of yeses and nos, the ratio of yeses and nos it has gotten to, it's between 0 to 5, you know that's a red flag. So definitely not the best privacy policy. Then within 6 to 9, it's a yellow. It means it's good, but it can still be improved upon. Then 10 to 13, because the parameters highlighted within the matrix are 13, it means it's good to go. That's a green, so it's definitely good to go. So there's a color code that guides you with that. So the interactive online tool will also be available on our respective websites. That's for Unwanted Witness and CPIT as well. And you'll be able to have a look at it, and maybe, but if you're curious enough, you'll just look at it and maybe just compare it to a privacy policy that you have. So with that, I would like to thank both the research and technical teams at Strathmore University, who have been funded by Hewlett and Unwanted Witness for the work that we've done in developing the 2020 privacy policy, which has been really a labor of work and a labor of love. So thank you so much for being patient. And yeah, I think I'm done, and your lunch is it's just almost there.
So thank you so much, Florence, for the insightful, and I hope it's now clear what the privacy scorecard is. And this particular point, I'll not waste a lot of time. I'll call upon a lady who holds an Bachelor's of Law from University of Hothau, and an LLM from Stellenbosch University, and an NLD from University of Hothau. She's a member of the Kenyan Bar and practices law as a partner in MJT in Nairobi. And she's the acting director at CPIT. Our lovely host, Dr. Melissa Omino, who's already on stage. Secondly, I'd like to call a leader who's a team leader, a team leader. She has been instrumental in creating partnerships and connecting rural community journalists in Uganda. She has been involved in several policy advocacy initiatives in Uganda, including the country's process of enacting the data protection law and meaningful enforcement and demanding public scrutiny of Uganda's digital system. At this point, I'd like to welcome Dorothy Mukasa, the Executive Director of Unwanted Witness, on stage. Finally, I'd like to welcome a lady who has been recognized amongst the top 25 women in digital Kenya, and a presidential award Moran of the Burning Spear of the MBS on stage, Ms. Kasait, the Data Commissioner of Kenya. So basically what we'll do, you guys are far off, you're a bit far. I don't know why you are hiding from us. So what will happen, the hosts from Kenya and the hosts from Uganda, you'll just issue the report to the data commissioner. Just be on the stage, straight on the stage. You can give them together. Alternatively, do it side by side. On the other side, one on this other side. Yes, so we take a photo as she just show it to the crowd as we launch it. A better round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I'll only let them leave the stage if I hear enough claps. So thank you so much. So at this point, I'd like to call upon Dorothy on stage to give closing remarks.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks, moderator. I'm the one standing between your lunch, so I'll do this very fast so that I'm not accused of violating people's rights to food. So the Commissioner, Immaculate Kasaiti, Office of the Data Protection Commission of Kenya, our partner in this struggle, the Acting Director, CPET, Melissa Owino, our partners who have supported us throughout this journey, from different areas of this globe, our eminent speakers throughout the 3 days, our audience, the physical audience, but also the online audience. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good afternoon. What are 3 days of discussion, knowledge, interaction, and entertainment, okay? So it has been a beautiful 3 days of a cocktail of things. We are glad that you've been with us throughout the 3 days, On behalf of Unwanted Witness and our co-organizers, CPET, I would like to thank all of you for keeping with us and also sharing your expertise with us. We've learned from each other for the 3 days. It has been a journey of learning. As you know, it's very important to note that while digital transformation holds great promise, the world has turned information technology into both powerful tool and formidable weapon. We are in an era that is likely to be defined by even more disruptive innovations like artificial intelligence, which can be used for a good for humanity, but it can also be and harm if it's not properly utilized. It can be used to oppress people. And that's why the Privacy Symposium Africa strives to respond to such risks that technology can pose in our society. We believe that sharing knowledge and best practices strengthens our capacity and enables key actors like data protection authorities across the African continent to implement highest standards of data protection on the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, furthermore, initiatives like the Privacy Scorecard that has been launched today, ensures that compliance to data protection is at check. So the scorecard simply complements the discussions that we've had for the last 3 days, to ensure that data subjects have references and can be helped to understand better how the different companies, but also different public entities observe better standards and safeguards for their privacy. But it's also core, like we've heard from the regulators, that research is very important, in this field. So today, Unwanted Witness and CPET have contributed to that much needed research in the field of data protection and privacy. The PSA, ladies and gentlemen, serves to connect efforts, disseminate knowledge, and facilitate cooperation. And this makes us, as Unwanted Witness and CPET, highly effective ensuring that privacy and data protection is enforced. Our joint efforts to advance privacy across Africa in the era of, excuse me. Our joint efforts to advance privacy across Africa in the era of accelerated digitalization will shape the way people think about privacy and data protection and the importance for human rights. We thus commit to extend PSA as a platform to different countries in Africa. You know, we'll honor your requests, Madam Commissioner, to ensure that PSA goes to different parts of Africa to share their experience with different Africans. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you all for making PSA such a memorable experience. And we hope to meet again, PSA 2023. Let's keep the conversation of privacy and data protection alive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dorothy. Unfortunately, it happens that I normally just have to close it as well. So for me, I'll just give my run-outs of a bit of a few things. I'll just appreciate the panelists, all panelists who dialed in virtually, for dialing in early, for those who came in physically, for accepting to be plugged in with the devices that you do not know what they do, and for being the most lively and engaging. I'll also not leave this stage without appreciating our partners, beginning with an institution that governments and corporations are using technology to exploit us. So we have Privacy International. They are here to protect the democracy, defend people's dignity, and demand accountability for institutions who breach public interest. So a round of applause to Privacy International and one of our partners. Secondly, the internet is everywhere. It shapes economies, influences governments, and it's central to billions of lives. But whether the internet promotes democracy, open markets, and free expression or polarization, mass surveillance and misinformation is up to all of us. It is Mozilla's duty to ensure the internet remains a force of good. So a round of applause to Mozilla for being our partners. I'd also like to appreciate a multi-stakeholder think tank for information and communication technology policy formulation, whose work spans stakeholder engagement, capacity building, research, and policy. The project works with the African governments and regional organizations to advance digital cooperation with European partners. So a round of applause to KitNatNet. Also, I'd like to appreciate a company that helps clients manage legal complexity and unlock opportunity in Africa. They have an enviable record of providing legal services to the highest professional standards in Africa and work for clients across Africa. They have 8 offices in African countries and over 400 specialist lawyers from different areas. A round of applause to Bowmans for being our partners as well. I'd also like to appreciate a center that is founded on the research gap existing on intellectual property protection. The research projects include, but are not limited to, IP aspects relating to a variety of subjects. That's ITCT, media. They have partnered with other IP organizations in the globe to facilitate research in Kenya. The team has members drawn from full-time researchers and interns recruited from the law school. The center's current budget is funded by research projects from various partners, and their research activities generate funds from sustainability through undertaking projects with the partner organization. A round of applause to one of our organizers, the CPIT Center for Intellectual Property. Finally, a lot has been said, and this company stands out as an internet online-based human rights organization in Uganda that seeks to put the power of change in the hands of citizens through the internet and online media to guarantee internet freedoms and improve the human rights situation in the country. The core business of this company is the protection of defense of digital rights and internet online freedoms through it, highlighting the various human rights abuses. This is done owing to character and amplifying changing lives. A round of applause to Unwanted Witness, our co-organizers for these events. For myself, I'd like to appreciate you for being a lively host, for not giving me trouble, and for keeping to our timelines. I'll leave you with 3 quotes. Privacy is not something that I'm merely entitled to. It's an absolute prerequisite. That was said by Marlon Brando, an actor. Privacy is paradise. That's by Holly Hunter. Then we also have, when it comes to privacy and accountability, people always demand the former for themselves and the latter for everyone else, by David Brain. This basically highlights all the discussions that we've engaged all through these 3 days, and I wish you a lovely lunch and enjoy your afternoon. Mandela Nelson is my name. I've been your host. I hope I've been grateful enough to be your host, and I really appreciate you for your time. A round of applause to me as well. So at this point, I'll release you all. You served at the same place that we were yesterday at the graduation square. But before that, kindly feel free to be at the atrium and take photos, tweet us, follow us at Unwanted Witness, at Privacy Symposium, at CPIT as well. And also tweet at the hashtag is PSA 2022. And officially PSA 2024 has been launched. I hope the organizers are aware now. So all the best and enjoy your afternoon.
So for those of you who are online, karibuni virtually to Nairobi. For those of you who made your way all the way here, thank you very much. And for those of you who are in Strathmore for the first time, karibuni.
This information would be coming from information, So this data that was being relayed on this Twitter caused a lot of unrest to the public. And we see some of the public members, because everybody was allowed to tweet.
The company that I give my data to will do what they're saying that they'll do with the data. They will only share it with the entities that they've said they'll share it, or ask for my consent before they share it.
Data subjects on the continent. So that if I sit in Kenya and I'm sure a country is transferring my data to a country that has a known track record of human rights abuse, I would not be comfortable. But if I'm sure that because they have to conform to the regional framework on cross-border data transfers, and it means then that they have to have a proper data protection framework, it's a plus for everyone.
It's high time that we also come and actually have the policies that we have in paper implemented in the practical spaces in how we collect and process personal data and how we store it.
My name is Catherine Muya. I work at Article 19 Eastern Africa as the Program Officer for Digital Rights and Policy. I found the Privacy Symposium to be very enlightening. I liked the discussions. I also liked that I was able to meet new people and have a really engaging panel, which I hope can be carried on forward into my work.